Chapter 88. Jiang Wang had reported Song Qifang's request for the East Rising Purple Qi sword manual to Dong A. It was not to complain, but because he had disobeyed the Vice-Dean's orders. He had to let Dong A know about this. Otherwise, if Song Qifang did something behind his back, Jiang Wang would be in deep trouble. Of course, Song Qifang might not do such a thing. He had been in Maplewood City's Tao Academy for many years and always had a good reputation. Therefore, he asked Jiang Wang for the sword manual. It could be seen that he was thinking for the academy. However, the difference in strength and status between the two parties was too great. Jiang Wang had to make more preparations to prevent trouble before it happened. When Dong A heard this, she only raised her eyebrows. "I'm old. Ignore him." Jiang Wang was secretly speechless. The dean was so direct, however, he was not qualified to respond. Dong A asked again, "How's your cultivation recently? Before the middle of next month, I'll be able to complete the construction of the second Tao vortex." "Not bad. The construction of the Tao vortex will be faster as you progress. Before you reach the heaven and earth gates, cultivation is mostly a painstaking effort. The only barrier from the Tao wandering realm to the heavenly cycle realm is the construction of a minor heavenly cycle. It's not difficult for you. Therefore, when you reach the heavenly cycle realm, you have to start thinking about the Tao technique inscribed in Heavenly Palace. You have to understand that the first instant cast Tao technique inscribed in the heavenly cycle realm is very important to every cultivator. The stronger the Tao technique, the better. You have to find the most suitable Tao technique for you." "I understand." Dong A thought and added, "In the future, you can report to me in advance if you encounter something like that in Wangjiang City. As long as you have reason and evidence, the Tao Academy of Maplewood City will definitely not ignore their disciples. Remember, your senior brother Zhu may not be able to protect you. However, the Academy can." Jiang Wang's heart warmed. He felt that Dong A was like a teacher and a father to him. However, Dong A did not give him a chance to express his gratitude. She waved her hand. "Go." In the middle of the night, Jiang Wang woke up from his sleep. He put on his clothes and walked to the courtyard with his sword. The black-veiled woman looked at him with a smile. She was still dressed thinly in the cold winter night, as if she would be blown away by the wind at any moment. "Do you remember the 3 things you promised me?" she asked. Her voice was mellow and soft in the night. Jiang Wang was stunned. Now? Today? It was already past midnight, and it was already the 11th day of the winter. It was the day of the County Academy's selection. The 3 county courts were the most direct reserves of cultivators for the National Academy. People like Lin Jingren, who had obtained a spot in the National Academy through the 3 cities Tao discussion, were guaranteed admission. As for people like Zhu Weiwa, who were sent directly by the National Academy, they were specially recruited. They were all in the minority. The competition held once every 5 years by the 3 big prefectures was the most popular way to enter the National Academy. 100 Xiuzhou would enter each time. All the students from Maplewood City's Tao College, who had cultivated for more than 5 years, had signed up for the selection. Of course, that included Li Jianxiu. After the trip to Sanshan City, their relationship had become even closer. Today, Jiang Wang had planned to send him off. The black-veiled woman said softly, "The first thing is today." Jiang Wang thought for a while and returned to the house. "Wait a moment." He left a note for Anan, telling her that he had something to do and that, if he didn't come back to pick her up today, she should go find Ling He. In reality, Anan wasn't too worrying right now. When Jiang Wang couldn't get away, Tang Dun often took on the heavy responsibility of sending An to school. In his words, he had to do something for teacher to feel at ease. Also, the two were both receiving guidance from Jiang Wang in martial art. They could be considered senior brother and sister of the same sect, and their relationship was quite close. Jiang Wang once again closed the door and came out. The black-veiled woman had already floated onto the roof and disappeared under the moonlight. Jiang Wang chased after her. The figure in front of him was graceful and seemed to be within reach, but there was always a distance between them. "Miss, how should I address you?" Jiang Wang was about 4 body lengths away from her, and he asked as he ran. "Didn't I say? Call me sister." The voice in front of him drifted over. It was too pleasant to hear. After all, sister is too general. It can't refer to such a special and specific you. Jiang Wang's reply was very sincere and confident. He had asked Zhao Ruqing this question before, and Zhao Ruqing had taught him to answer like this. "Yo." The black-veiled woman deliberately stopped. When Jiang Wang caught up with her, she turned her head and glanced at him with a mixture of anger and joy. "Who taught you to say that?" No. Jiang Wang looked to the side. "I said it myself. When a man lies, he usually avoids my gaze and doesn't dare to look at me." "I don't dare to look at you?" Jiang Wang thought and deliberately turned his head to look at her. His eyes were firm. In order to cover up his guilty conscience, sometimes he becomes particularly tough. "I'd better shut up," Jiang Wang thought. The woman changed the topic. "Since this is the first time we've met, I've seen your naked body." Jiang Wang's face turned slightly red. She changed the topic. "The lotus behind the naked body." "Then, call me White Lotus." "Okay, Miss White Lotus." Jiang Wang felt relieved. He made up his mind to avoid chatting if he could. But he quickly asked, "What are we going to do?" "You'll know when we get there." White Lotus casually gave him a name. "Then, where are we going?" "You'll know when we get there." They didn't speak for the rest of the journey. White Lotus seemed to be deliberately testing the limits of Jiang Wang's speed. After leaving Maplewood City, she kept accelerating until Jiang Wang showed obvious signs of strain. The sky gradually changed. The scenery by the roadside also gradually changed. Jiang Wang couldn't help but ask, "Are we going to try Mountain City?" "You'll know when we get there." White Lotus seemed to be deliberately teasing him. After she finished speaking, she was amused. Jiang Wang could only suppress his doubts and hurry along with her. When White Lotus finally stopped, the sun was already high in the sky. Looking at the peak in front of him and hearing the faint roars of beasts, Jiang Wang suddenly had a bad feeling. "What are you going to do at Yuheng Peak?" White Lotus looked at him, her eyes seeming to be smiling. "Don't worry. I won't do anything that goes against your principles, and I won't do anything that will send you to your death." "So, what is it?" "Come with me first." "Wait? We're going to Yuheng Peak? There are so many vicious beasts." "Just the 2 of us?" White Lotus seemed to have been prepared. She bent down and went into a cave. After a while, she came out with 2 beast skins. She put on one of the sheets and threw the other one to Jiang Wang. "Put it on." It was about a tiger's skin. It felt good to the touch, but it didn't seem to have been processed too carefully. There was a fishy smell. "What are we going to do with it? Pretend to be a vicious beast?" Jiang Wang felt that everything today was a bit ridiculous. "Didn't you ask me how to get to Yuheng Peak?" White Lotus was wrapped in a huge beast skin. It seemed to be fox skin or something. The pattern was very beautiful, and she walked past Jiang Wang. "This is the answer." "No." Jiang Wang had a headache. "Will the vicious beasts treat you as one of their kind if you put on the beast skin?" "Vicious beasts don't have intelligence. Don't you know?" "That's true, but isn't it too ridiculous? I didn't think that in front of such a difficult group of vicious beasts, we could use such a simple method to sneak in. Sometimes what baffles us is not the real predicament, but the thought predicament." White Lotus took out a bottle of ointment and applied it on her hand. Then, she took out a little and motioned for Jiang Wang to extend his hand and apply a little on the back of his hand. She explained as she applied, "In addition to this ointment that masks the smell, you only need a little bit to not be discovered by the vicious beasts." Her fingers were very cold, but also had a very subtle softness. She lightly circled the back of his hand a few times and then left. Simply put, there is a solution to the problem, but there is no cure for the fool. She finally concluded. Why do I feel like you're scolding me? Jiang Wang muttered as he put on the tiger skin. At this moment, his eyes froze. He froze in front of a cave in the distance. He saw shadows of a few killer cliff bees entering and exiting. But he clearly remembered that not long ago, Tri-Mountain City's Lord Do Yume had killed all of these vicious beasts. These killer cliff bees, weren't they all killed? Jiang Wang asked. There was a trace of panic in his voice that he didn't notice. What do you think? White Lotus's voice sounded like she was laughing but not laughing. Chapter 89. White Lotus led the way up the mountain, and Jiang Wang braced himself to follow behind. A giant mountain spider with a ferocious appearance crawled right in front of them, but didn't seem to care about them at all. Other than when they're extremely hungry, these vicious beasts usually won't attack each other. White Lotus told a not-so-funny joke. It's probably because they all know that their meat is too disgusting to eat. Because they had already entered a place filled with vicious beasts, White Lotus's voice was a bit softer, but it wasn't to the point where it was very noticeable, probably because it wasn't necessary. Jiang Wang didn't make a sound. He carefully observed the vicious beasts they encountered along the way, and found that not a single one attacked them. You can talk, but these vicious beasts can't understand you. They thought you were barking. White Lotus asked, "What are you thinking about?" "I'm thinking, why hasn't anyone thought of such a simple method? There are so many smart people in the world. Especially the two previous Tri-Mountain City Lords, they were both heroes of their time. There's only one reason." White Lotus's laughter sounded from the side. Because there are even more smart people who are preventing people from thinking about these things. Sun Heng and Do Yume are of course very good, but they don't understand what vicious beasts are, and don't have the opportunity to truly understand. Who are these smart people you speak of? Why are they doing this? I can't give you an answer, because the real answer is in your heart. White Lotus's tone changed, and she became relaxed. All right, let's go this way. She seemed to be very familiar with Alioth Peak, and the path she chose was clearly much less vicious beasts. At this time, the low roar of a beast came from a rock in front of them. It was a cat-shaped vicious beast. It wasn't very big, and it didn't even look vicious. This poor little guy probably took over this place as its territory. White Lotus explained to Jiang Wang. However, it's too inconvenient for us to take a detour. As she spoke, her body suddenly moved. Jiang Wang still saw her afterimage in front of him, but she had already stabbed a dagger into the head of the cat-shaped vicious beast. Blood flowed out quietly, and the beast's roar stopped abruptly. In a place like this, it's best not to use Dao techniques because the ferocious beasts are generally very sensitive to Dao technique. In particular, some ferocious beasts that could use Dao techniques would treat you as a competitor for territory. If we make a big commotion, it will be very troublesome. As Bai Lian explained, he casually tossed the beast far away. Like this, the other ferocious beasts won't feel that it's an invasion of a foreign species. Instead, they'll just see it as an ordinary fight between ferocious beasts. If the corpse is left here, the hungry beasts will still choose to eat it. You seem to know a lot about dire beasts, Jiang Wang said. Well, if you're this tall. She gestured with her hand at her abdomen. After thinking for a moment, she moved her hand down a little. When you're about this tall, you'll be thrown into a group of ferocious beasts. You'll understand them very well. What's wrong? She suddenly moved closer to the silent Jiang Wang. Did I scare you, little brother? Jiang Wang didn't say anything. Tsk. She shook her head and said, Don't look at me with such sympathetic eyes. We live in this world. It's really hard to say who's more pitiful. Emotions like pity don't mean to belittle a person. Every normal person has a heart of compassion. It's a positive emotion that makes people more tolerant and understanding. Jiang Wang paused. When I was young, my father said so. Not bad, you know how to have tender feelings for the fairer sex. White Lotus snorted softly. But if you saw my repulsive face under my veil, would you still have tender feelings? My tender feelings are for that little girl who lost her head in a group of ferocious beasts. It has nothing to do with what she looks like. I didn't lose my head in a panic. White Lotus muttered in a low voice. She raised her voice and said, "Walk faster." Jiang Wang was baffled by her scolding, but he could only follow and speed up. In all fairness, Yuhing Peak's scenery was beautiful. Regardless of whether it was trees, stones, flowers, there was something to be admired. If it weren't for the ferocious beasts that could be seen everywhere, this should be a place filled with tourists. In the previous battle to clear out Yuhing Peak, Tri-Mountain City had mobilized almost all of the city's forces. They had even invited a lot of foreign aid, but they had only stopped halfway up Yuhing Peak. But now, Jiang Wang was following White Lotus. With just the two of them, they easily passed the halfway point and walked towards the peak. In front of them, there was a huge rock that stretched across the peak, forming a natural high platform. White Lotus stopped here. Jiang Wang followed her to the bottom of the high platform. Only then did he discover that there was a cave under the huge rock. It seemed to have been formed naturally. The cave was extremely deep, so deep that he couldn't see the end. White Lotus walked into the cave and stopped at the entrance. She took off the beast's skin and spread it on the ground. Then, she sat down on the beast's skin. "Sit, why are you looking at me?" Jiang Wang did the same. As soon as he sat down, he couldn't help but ask, "What are we doing here?" "Waiting." Jiang Wang discovered that whenever he sincerely had a question to ask, White Lotus would become as taciturn as gold. On the contrary, when he didn't have anything to say, White Lotus would keep teasing him. Jiang Wang didn't say anything. From this angle, he could see the lingering clouds. At this time, the sun was hanging in the sky, illuminating thousands of li of mountains and rivers. As far as the eye could see, the mountains were hidden in the clouds. It was a beautiful sight to behold. Jiang Wang withdrew his gaze and began to examine the cave they were in. White Lotus explained, "This is the mountain spider's nest." Jiang Wang couldn't help but look into the cave. "Then where's the mountain spider?" "It's sleeping inside." "Then what do we do when it wakes up?" White Lotus looked at him like he was an idiot. "Of course we kill it." Perhaps because she felt that it was too boring to talk to Jiang Wang with this kind of IQ, White Lotus took out something that looked like a formation plate from her bosom and placed it in front of her. "From now on, don't speak and don't move." This formation plate was probably engraved with some kind of concealment and silencing formation. As Jiang Wang pondered, he really didn't move or speak. He sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to cultivate. During this period of cultivation, the bone lotus on his spine hadn't affected him in any way. If White Lotus hadn't suddenly come to find him, he probably would have slowly forgotten about this matter. If there had to be a change, the biggest change in the Heavenly Connection Palace wasn't the second starry river vortex that was about to take shape. It was his Tao Vein True Spirit. As everyone knew, the Tao Vein True Spirit would grow and strengthen as it traveled through the Tao vortex. But before completing the great heavenly cycle, there would be almost no visible change. Before opening the heaven and earth gate, there would also be a rare qualitative improvement. But Jiang Wang's Tao Vein True Spirit, the Earth Dragon, was already dotted with specks of starlight, and its body had clearly grown larger. Although there was no change in the amount of Tao energy it absorbed, it was clearly much easier to cultivate. In addition, Jiang Wang had a vague feeling that the Tao Vein True Spirit seemed to be closer to the Black Candle, but he couldn't be sure. Jiang Wang had always been a cultivation fanatic. Once he entered a cultivation state, it was very easy for him to become immersed. As a result, He didn't notice that when he began to cultivate, the way White Lotus looked at him had changed. It was a dazed and infatuated look. Chapter 90. Because of the limited space and White Lotus's presence, it wasn't convenient for him to cultivate the 4-spirit body tempering technique. After breaking through his veins, Jiang Wang began to cultivate the essence manipulation technique. Moving his Tao essence around by Tian Palace, sometimes forming the word "un," sometimes "wang," he never got tired of it. After an unknown amount of time, he could faintly hear a person's voice. Jiang Wang stopped cultivating and turned to look at White Lotus. White Lotus gave him a silent look. The voice was getting closer. Damn it. Doing this kind of boring thing every day. I didn't come to the arrest department to be a hunter, a voice said. Another voice advised. Don't talk so much, the voice in front said. He's not here, what are you afraid of? Although he said that, his voice was clearly lower. Jiang Wang's heart skipped a beat. What does a hunter mean? Are they here to hunt beasts? But he didn't hear any sounds of battle. He heard Zhao Ruqing say before that someone on Yuheng Peak stopped Dou Yueme from pulling up the mountain. That person isn't here right now? Arrest department. The people on Yuheng Peak really do belong to the manor. The beasts rampaging through 3 Mountain City are indeed related to the manor. His mind was filled with thoughts. The two voices were getting closer and closer, or more likely, they were heading to the top of the mountain. Jiang Wang obediently stayed still and didn't say a word, trying to figure out White Lotus's intentions. Even now, he still doesn't know what to do. But since it involves the secret of Yuheng Peak and the manor, he can't help but think a bit more. The footsteps stopped outside the cave. 2 cultivators with tired expressions appeared in his field of vision. One of them was unusually tall, the other had a full beard. They were both carrying something that looked like a birdcage in their hands. They were both looking at Jiang Wang and the girl. They were stunned. Jiang Wang was also stunned. They saw us. Jiang Wang said. Isn't that obvious? White Lotus said. Didn't we set up a formation plate? That formation plate. It was just too heavy in my arms, so I just put it there for a bit. Jiang Wang suppressed his emotions. He had just pulled out his sword when White Lotus flew out of the cave. Now that she was no longer wrapped in animal skin, her exquisite figure could no longer be concealed. Being in the air was naturally a scenery. She reached her hands out and lightly pressed them between the 2 cultivators' eyebrows. In fact, the 2 cultivators had reacted immediately, but their Tao techniques had collapsed before they could take form. They seemed to be shouting something, but their voices were drowned out by some kind of power. The 2 cultivators softly fell to the ground. White Lotus bent down and picked up the 2 cages. You killed them? Jiang Wang asked. If he didn't hear wrongly, these 2 cultivators were from the criminal division. In a sense, they were one of the supernatural forces that maintained the stability of the Zhuang country. Killing them was definitely not something Jiang Wang wanted to see. He just fainted. How could I be so stupid? White Lotus giggled. What if you hate me? Jiang Wang really couldn't deal with these vague provocations, so he just said, What should we do next? White Lotus carried the cages with both hands and walked back lightly. She handed one of the cages to Jiang Wang. Look at what this is. There were countless pocket-sized wild beasts in the cages. Upon closer inspection, each of them was actually moving. They weren't dead. This is... Jiang Wang didn't hide his narrow-mindedness as a young man from a small town. It wasn't that he didn't work hard. It was just that he wasn't like those people who were born rich and lived in the scenery. However, there was nothing pitiful about this. He was already on his way to enjoy the scenery. A beast cage. White Lotus shook the cages. The wild beasts in the cages panicked and scurried around. It's just like a storage box, but it's filled with living wild beasts? Storage boxes were extremely rare and were like legend. Although Jiang Wang had never owned one before, he had heard about it countless times. He was also fascinated by the wonder of being able to store all things in one box. White Lotus nodded and raised her hand. Carry it. Jiang Wang took the 2 cages and examined them carefully. He asked, "Why are the people from the arrest department here? Why did they catch so many wild beasts?" White Lotus didn't answer and walked into the cave. "Wait, aren't the mountain spiders sleeping inside?" Jiang Wang asked. White Lotus turned around and tilted her head to look at Jiang Wang. "Why would the mountain spiders sleep inside? Didn't you say, this is the mountain spider's nest? What I say is the truth." White Lotus snorted and turned around. "You're so gullible. Be careful that you don't get swallowed whole by some witch." Jiang Wang. He wasn't stupid. However, White Lotus was his savior and had always shown kindness. He had no reason to doubt her, especially when it came to such a small matter. Even when he saw the 2 cultivators from the arrest department walk into the cave, he didn't think about anything else. As they walked in, White Lotus took out a hanging lamp and manipulated it slightly, making it float with the 2 of them. The extremely spacious interior of the cave was presented in front of Jiang Wang's eyes. There weren't many man-made traces here, but there were many intertwined caves that led to unknown depths like a maze. White Lotus, on the other hand, was very familiar with the place. Without hesitation, she chose a cave and walked in. The 2 of them walked back and forth. After walking for a long time, their eyes suddenly opened up. This was a huge valley that stretched as far as the eye could see. There were trees and rocks in the valley. There were flowers and grass, but it didn't give off a beautiful and quiet feeling. Instead, it made one feel gloomy and irritated. There were also many caves hanging on the mountain walls on both sides. Jiang Wang and the others were in one of them. Jiang Wang thought that perhaps many of the caves just now could lead to this valley. "Open the beast cages and let them fall," White Lotus said. Oh! Jiang Wang had already studied it. He immediately put down the beast cage in his right hand and picked up the beast cage in his left hand. He aimed the opening of the cage at the valley below and opened the cage door. Roar! Hiss! Screech! Screech! Countless beasts roared and rushed out of the beast cages like a tide. The moment they rushed out, they returned to their normal size and fell into the valley. These were all ordinary beasts. There were lions, tigers, bears, leopards, birds, sparrows, foxes, and rabbits. Some of them were gentle while others were cruel. However, they were all within the normal range. When they fell into the valley, something terrifying happened. First, the eyes of these beasts turned red almost instantly. The rabbit's fangs protruded, and the sparrow's claws were as sharp as knives. Some of them grew in size while others grew horns. Jiang Wang saw it with his own eyes. These beasts were transforming into vicious beasts. Those vicious beasts that had no sense of reason, those cruel, vicious, and nightmarish things. Those vicious beasts that almost destroyed the 3 Mountains region and ravaged the various counties of the Zhuang country. They were actually transformed from ordinary beasts. They were captured by the people of the interrogation department and completed their transformation in this valley. This was a huge secret, but also a cruel truth. Chapter 91. Why did the 2 cultivators of the arrest department appear here, and why did they bring beast cages and capture so many wild beasts? There seemed to be no need to guess their goal anymore. Jiang Wang looked at the other beast cage that had not been opened, and had the urge to cut it into pieces. He remembered clearly how many cultivators died in the battle at Alioth Peak, and how many sacrifices were made. So the appearance of the wild beasts was not a natural disaster, but a man-made disaster. Then, all those struggles, those sacrifices, that senior brother who praised himself before he died, that city lord who stood at the peak of the vertical brush peak and skinned the killer cliff bees, that woman who cut off her own path of cultivation and destroyed 5 residences in a row. What was the point of all this? Don't move. White Lotus lightly touched Jiang Wang's shoulder, feeling his body tremble uncontrollably, and said softly, This time, I really used a camouflage technique. In the valley, the evolution of wild beasts into wild beasts was finally complete. Because of their brutal nature, many wild beasts started killing each other on the spot, roaring continuously, and flesh and blood splattering everywhere. There are so few wild beasts in this wave? Following this dissatisfied voice, a cultivator wearing the robes of the arrest department stepped through the air and arrived. Jiang Wang subconsciously held his breath. Stepping through the air, he was at least a soaring dragon realm cultivator. This person was dissatisfied, but did not pursue the matter. He stopped in the air of the valley, his hands forming seals, and a mountain wall rumbled away, revealing a wide valley. From Jiang Wang's angle, he could not see where the valley connected to the other side. At this moment, the arrest department cultivator's seals changed again. Jiang Wang noticed that there were faint crimson formation patterns flashing on the ground of the valley as far as his eyes could see. However, the City Dao Academy only imparted some basic knowledge related to formation patterns and formations. He could not recognize what these formation patterns represented. However, those newly born wild beasts stopped killing. As if they were being controlled by something, they ran into the valley together. Where would these wild beasts run to? Which village? Which small town? How much food would they waste, and how many innocent people would they devour? At this thought, Jiang Wang could not help but feel murderous intent. This was the first time he felt murderous intent towards someone from the arrest department, a cultivator who represented the manor court to a certain extent. For the students of the Dao Academy, the Ministry of War, the Narcotics Department, these places were one of the places they would return to in the future. It was true that after one's cultivation was successful, one would be able to enter the manor and become an official was the highest pursuit. However, there were quite a number of people who discovered a path that was more suitable for them in their cultivation. There were also many people who dreamed of becoming an enforcer since they were young. It was an important transcendent power that was used to arrest Xing Yi and maintain the stability of the country. As for the cultivators of the arrest department on Yuheng Peak, what exactly were they doing? He can't be killed. White Lotus sensed something and immediately said, "If anyone here dies, the manor will immediately receive the news." The reason why this place wasn't heavily guarded was because the lives of these people were the best means of warning. And the powerhouse in charge of this matter had the ability of so close, yet worlds apart. If he was alarmed, he would appear here in an instant. At that time, even I won't be able to escape. Jiang Wang couldn't help but smile bitterly. How could he have the ability to kill an expert who was at least in the soaring dragon realm? However, he had thought it through. White Lotus didn't kill the two arrest department cultivators outside the cave. How could it be because she cared about his feelings? It was clearly because she didn't dare. At this time, the experts of the arrest department had already left, and the canyon was closing with a rumble. "What's behind the canyon?" Jiang Wang asked. "I can't take you there," White Lotus shook her head. "That place isn't like here. There's a true great formation, and even I don't dare to go deep. At most, I can tell you my guess." "What guess?" "You should know that the main ingredient of the meridian unlocking pill is the Tao meridians of demonic beasts. But have you ever thought that there are more than hundreds of millions of humans in the vassal countries? How great is the demand for meridian unlocking pills? Even if all those demonic beasts were killed, would they be able to reproduce? I'm guessing that the reason why demonic beasts can be so endless is greatly related to these vicious beasts." This guess was very likely to be true, especially when those vicious beasts were right in front of them, transformed from wild beasts. Through some unknown method, it wasn't impossible for them to transform into demonic beasts with natural Tao meridians. After all, there were originally some special vicious beasts that could use magic. Apart from lacking intelligence, they were no different from demonic beasts. If this was true, Then in a sense, Alioth Peak was one of the resource bases of the Zhuang Ting. It was also the guarantee that the Zhuang kingdom could develop. It was also the source of meridian unlocking pills that Taoist disciples like Jiang Wang and Ling He needed for cultivation. But the ordinary people who died in front of the vicious beasts. The people who stood in front of the common people and fought against the vicious beasts until their death. The people who were kept in the dark, including Jiang Wang. What was this? If that's the case, then why did they hide it from everyone? Why did they watch the cultivators of the various cities continuously sacrifice human lives? Jiang Wang's voice was hoarse. His outlook on life had been greatly impacted. You have to know that all demonic beasts raised in captivity will lose their natural Tao meridians in the next generation. It seemed that White Lotus wasn't very sure either. She said thoughtfully, I think that wildness is a necessary element for demonic beasts, and killing is a necessary process. There's a secret that I don't know about, but it determines this kind of result. Therefore, this kind of thing can't be widely known. Instead, it can only be in the hands of a few people, because no one is willing to die meaninglessly. Her gaze turned to ridicule. Or, when you become a high-ranking official in Xian and City, why don't you ask Zhuang Gaoxian in person? When you become a high-ranking official, why don't you ask the Zhuang kingdom's ruler? This sentence was just a very normal tease. However, it was a sentence that terrified Jiang Wang. It wasn't that he hadn't imagined what he would do in the future after knowing about this kind of thing. He firmly believed that no matter what the reason behind these vicious beasts being raised was, he would stand in front of the innocent people who had died and abolish this kind of thing. However, White Lotus's question made him think. Most of the big shots in Xian and City had cultivated their way up from various big cities. They must have experienced or felt the pain of being ravaged by vicious beasts. Some of them must have harbored the dream of protecting the land and the people since they were young, and they had the ambition to save the common people. However, there was nothing. The Zhuang kingdom had been established for more than 300 years. All the information about the vicious beasts was still kept in the dark. All the youths who had vowed to change the world were ultimately changed by the world. And it wasn't just the Zhuang kingdom. The Yong kingdom was like this, and the whole world was like this. Wasn't this terrifying? How frightening was this? How about it? Do you want to destroy this place? White Lotus deliberately moved closer to his ear and whispered, On one side is the Zhuang kingdom that you will pledge loyalty to in the future, and on the other side are countless meridian unlocking pills. On the other side are the pitiful commoners of the Three Mountains region. Oh, they don't seem to have much value. Jiang Wang interrupted her. I want to. At this moment, he didn't let his brain think. Instead, he let his instincts decide. He gave it to the inescapable kindness and pity in the depths of human nature. White Lotus looked at him for a while and said, This is the first thing I want you to do. Chapter 92. What do I have to do? Jiang Wang asked. Let's leave here first, White Lotus said. Leave the beast cages here, and nothing here can be taken away. Jiang Wang put down the beast cages, and White Lotus stepped on them, crushing the two beast cages into fine powder. Just like that, the two treasures vanished into thin air. But we can destroy them, she said. The two of them went back the way they came, putting on beast skins as before, and walked past the two still unconscious arrest department cultivators. Just like when they went up the mountain, they easily passed through the horde of vicious beasts and walked towards the foot of the mountain. What's it like at the top of the mountain? Jiang Wang asked. White Lotus didn't stop walking. You don't want to know. When you see the magnificence of Yuheng Peak, maybe you won't be willing to destroy it. Then, forget it. If there wasn't any danger, Jiang Wang actually really wanted to go to the top of Yuheng Peak to take a look. The ancients climbed all the way to the top of the mountain. He really wanted to know what those people who went to the top of Yuhing Peak were thinking. He wanted to see if there were any emotions left at the top of Yuhing Peak. But then again, it was better not to look. They walked all the way to the foot of the mountain without any surprises or dangers, and Jiang Wang asked again, "Can you tell me what to do now?" "Not enough, we have to go a bit further." The two of them took off the beast skins and burned them with Dao technique. After leaving Yuhing Peak, White Lotus immediately sped up. After Jiang Wang ran at top speed for about 15 minutes, White Lotus stopped. At this time, they could only see the outline of Yuhing Peak in the distance. She took out a formation disc from her bosom, put it in Jiang Wang's hand, and taught him a hand seal. Then she said, "Do you remember the formation disc I threw in the cave? That was the Earth Dragon overturning the Heavens formation, and the one in your hand is a child disc. Think clearly. After you finish the hand seal here, the great formation over there will activate. Then..." She opened her red lips. Boom! The mountain collapses and the earth cracks. So what Jiang Wang thought was a concealing formation disc was actually a method to destroy Yuhing Peak. Without hesitation, Jiang Wang began to make hand seals. This matter was similar to a proof of allegiance. White Lotus could have done it herself, but she left it to him. Putting aside the matter itself, Jiang Wang himself was very much against this kind of behavior, but he couldn't possibly hope that White Lotus would take pity on Tri-Mountain City. Although he didn't have much contact with White Lotus, he instinctively felt that White Lotus didn't care about those people. Furthermore, he had promised White Lotus that he would do 3 things to repay her for saving his life. This was not against his principles. As Jiang Wang completed his hand seals, a large amount of Dao energy gushed out of the heavenly palace and entered the array disk. The disk array dissipated like smoke. At the same time, on the distant Yuhing Peak, black smoke suddenly rose. Curses and cries could be heard. Black smoke rose up and finally condensed into 5 huge figures, surrounding Alioth Peak. Is this the Earth Dragon sky-flipping formation? Jiang Wang focused his eyes and looked at the huge, sinister-looking figures in the distance. He felt a kind of anger from being fooled. Although he had never handled a formation disc and didn't know the true power of the Earth Dragon sky-flipping formation, from the literal understanding, this kind of damned thing couldn't possibly appear. Maybe I remembered incorrectly. This is the 5 Ghosts mountain-crushing formation. White Lotus giggled and waved her hand. But the difference isn't big. I trusted you and cooperated with you all this time, wanting to repay you for saving my life. But you've been fooling me all this time? Jiang Wang could barely restrain his anger. Fooling you? What good would it do me to fool you? White Lotus looked at him, her eyes becoming abnormally cold. Put away your pitiful hypocrisy. You just feel that manipulating the souls of the dead makes your conscience uneasy. But do you know that there is a kind of vicious beast on Yuhing Peak, called the soul-eating bird? Those souls of the dead who died in battle on Yuhing Peak, and those wraiths wrapped around the vicious beasts, even if we don't use them, they will be quickly eaten. She sneered. You keep saying that you want to destroy Yuhing Peak and protect the common people of the 3 mountain region. The effort you put in is nothing more than forming Dao seals here. And I only have the 5 Ghosts mountain-crushing formation in my hands. What can I do? Make you a Earth Dragon sky-flipping formation? Jiang Wang was silent. He really did view manipulating the souls of the dead as blasphemy. If he knew in advance that it was this kind of formation disc, he might not have made such a decisive choice. But his heart wasn't affected by White Lotus's words. He only realized that he might have already fallen into some kind of vortex created by the other and was constantly sinking. And he didn't even know how to struggle. Actually, this was the root of his anger. On Yuhing Peak, 7 figures rushed out in an instant. But with the formation disc, the 5 Ghosts mountain-crushing formation was activated extremely quickly. Those 5 huge ghosts almost instantly formed, and then in the next instant, they worked together to destroy the mountain. Rumble! The mountain collapsed and the earth cracked. Those 7 experts still hadn't figured out how to deal with the giant ghost. Their Tao techniques exploded on the giant ghosts, but before they could do anything, Yuhing Peak had already collapsed. If Yuhing Peak was like a silent giant beast, then those fierce beasts on its body were like lice. As the giant beast collapsed, the lice fell one after another. Those 5 giant ghosts didn't stop there. Together, they carried half of Yuhing Peak and turned towards the east. With each step, the earth quaked and the mountains swayed. That was the direction of flying Arrival Peak. It was the last famed mountain of the 3 mountain region, and also the last fierce beast lair. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared on the horizon. Compared to the 5 giant ghosts, he was so small that he was only a black dot. But he stood in the air as if he was in front of the sun. He didn't even seem to make any movements, but the 5 giant ghosts vanished into thin air. He didn't make a sound, but his aura already covered the sky and earth. Trees broke, stones shattered, birds fell, beasts fell, even the clouds in the sky seemed to be driven away by his aura. For a moment, the sky was clear for thousands of miles. But Yuhing Peak had already collapsed forever. Those fierce beasts, those demon beasts, those secrets, all of them were gone. Jiang Wang only saw that black dot from afar, but he felt a kind of fear from the bottom of his heart. It was an instinctive fear. Don't look. White Lotus reached out and covered his eyes. If he notices your gaze, we'll all die. Her hand was soft and slightly cold. Jiang Wang took a step back and let go of her hand. Of course, he also withdrew his gaze from Yuhing Peak. Let's go to Maplewood City. We'll talk as we go, White Lotus said. Jiang Wang followed without a word. In the future, the fierce beasts of the 3 mountain region will be reduced by half. You're the savior of the 3 mountain region. There's hope of marrying Sun Xiaoman. It's not like there's no chance of marrying Dou Yueme. Marrying Dou Yueme is more worth it. You'll have a son and a daughter. Jiang Wang didn't say anything. I originally wanted to take down Flying Arrival Peak. But that old thing came too quickly. Really? Don't we have to keep an eye on the County Academy selection? But I'm already very satisfied. Jiang Wang continued to be silent. White Lotus didn't mind. She continued, actually, a mere 5 ghosts mountain crushing formation isn't enough to achieve this kind of effect even with the help of the souls from the previous battle. The most important thing is that Dou Yueme is powerful. Her mountain lifting technique has already broken the roots of Yuhing Peak. It won't be able to heal without at least 100 years. That's why the 5 ghosts mountain crushing formation fell. Bai Lian continued to ramble on and on, as if he could talk until the end of time. Jiang Wang said in a muffled voice, "Your words are always half true and half false. I really don't know what kind of person you really are." White Lotus said very happily, "Of course I'm a peerless beauty. First-class beauty." Jiang Wang wanted to say that he didn't mean it that way, but he gave up. He realized that no one could truly understand White Lotus, unless she took the initiative to reveal her true feelings. But then again, who could say for sure whether her inner thoughts were actually inner thoughts? Chapter 93. Yuhing Peak fell, and the 3 mountains city was shaken. Not far from Yuhing Peak, Dou Yueme suddenly turned around and flew back to the city lord's mansion. She landed, took off her armor, and relaxed. "Go and bring Xiaoyan back. He won't have to run so far," she ordered as she walked briskly into the study. The city guard commander who had been guarding the city lord's mansion all this time turned from shock to joy, and finally tears streamed down his face. "This subordinate will go immediately." City Lord Dou, she had originally planned to go to Yuhing Peak alone today. After closing her door for a long time, she finally made this decision. After sending off her daughter and son, she wiped off her makeup and put on her military uniform. Alone, she was determined to challenge that mountain again. The mountain she chose was not the mountain outside the city, but the mountain in her heart. Fortunately or unfortunately, she no longer had to go. From now on, Shubi Peak was clear, and Yuhing Peak was down. Within the three-mountain city, only Felai Peak was left. With only a third of the beast population left, it was no longer an unbearable pressure for the entire three-mountain city. On the way back to Maplewood City. "All right." White Lotus put her hands behind her back and jumped up like a little girl. "What I am like depends on what you think. I don't want to think anymore." Jiang Wang cupped his hands. "I'll take my leave first." "Hey." White Lotus opened her arms and blocked his way. "Are you angry?" "No." "Then smile. See, you're really angry." Jiang Wang did not want to be entangled, and helplessly said, "I'm rushing back to take care of my sister." "You only know how to take care of your sister, you don't care about your sister?" "Miss White Lotus, do you have anything else to say?" White Lotus looked at him, as if admiring his helpless appearance, and her eyes held a smile. "Sister." She suddenly changed the topic. "It's nothing, you can go." Jiang Wang was confused, but his heart was in a mess, and it was a good thing to be able to leave. Thus, he jumped up and left without hesitation. "What a heartless man!" Bai Lian chuckled softly as she watched his departing figure. At this moment, her voice was still soft and gentle. However, the moment he turned around, his aura suddenly changed. His entire body rose from the ground, and a white flame ignited around him. The fire was burning, but it gave people a chilling feeling. It was only at this moment that a rumbling black light swept over from the direction of Yuhing Peak. White Lotus's body was like a white flaming meteor, resolutely colliding with it. The black light dissipated, revealing an old man in a white robe. His wrinkled face was no different from other old men, but his long hair was black, without a single strand of white hair. He stopped in midair and stretched out a hand. Almost endless black light gushed out from his hand and condensed into a giant hand that pressed down. However, the White Lotus had already turned around before they collided. He turned into a white streak of light and passed through the gaps between his fingers, heading straight east. "Humph!" The black-haired old man snorted softly. Without any movement, he was already in front of the flowing light. The white streak of light also seemed to have been prepared, turning again and again. The black-haired old man clearly didn't have the patience of a cat playing with a mouse. He once again stepped in front of the white streak of light and grasped it with one hand. The black light shot out like a belt of light, instantly binding the white streak of light. The white light then dissipated, revealing a woman with a graceful figure. However, the black-haired old man frowned. He took a step and walked away. At the same time, the woman also dissipated like smoke. She wasn't a real person. Almost at the same time that White Lotus's body rose into the air, a white lotus seed fell to the ground. As the white streak of light fled, the seed instantly sprouted, blooming into a rapidly growing lotus flower. White Lotus stood up from the lotus flower, casually flattened the scene, sticking close to the ground as she sped off into the distance. Not long after she left, the black-haired old man landed here. He raised his eyes and looked around, but where could she be? One of his subordinates was an expert in tracking. He caught a strand of qi on Yuhing Peak and pointed him in the direction. Thus, he rushed over, but was slightly obstructed by the cunning woman's fake body, and he lost track of her. By now, it was already too late for that expert tracker to arrive. He wasn't angry. He just let out a long sigh. Jiang Wang returned home with mixed feelings. He didn't do anything else and directly lay on the bed. His schedule had always been packed. Other than accompanying Jiang Anan, he rarely had any free time. Regardless of whether it was the essence control technique, the four spirits body tempering technique, or the Eastern Purple Qi sword, they all required a lot of time to cultivate. The nurturing of Tao essence was also accumulated over time. However, he didn't want to do anything now. His mind was filled with the Zhuang kingdom. Because of Zhuo Guanglia's death, the envoy of the Zhuang kingdom had been humiliated in Chu not long ago. The Tao Academy supported the disciples with resources, and Din Dong earnestly urged him to cultivate well and serve the country in the future. Sometimes, it was also the Zhuang kingdom. It was the smoke and fire he smelled when he passed through the streets and alleys. It was the hard-working farmers, the hunters and herb-gatherers who risked their lives, and the countless people who couldn't protect themselves in front of the ferocious beasts. Until now, he still didn't know whether his choice at Yuheng Peak was right or wrong. Jiang Wang had been a very opinionated person since he was young. When he said that he wanted to enter the Tao Academy, he didn't mind the hardships and left home at a young age. He wanted to see the scenery of flying in the sky and burrowing into the ground, so he walked all the way until now. He always had a firm goal and pace. Only now did he feel lost. The Zhuang kingdom was the country that gave birth to him and raised him. Of course, he loved this country. However, was the choice he made love to this country? He had no answer. At this moment, he heard the cry of a crane. Thus, he looked outside the window. A white cloud floated down and condensed into a small crane. It circled around the courtyard a few times. It didn't seem to have any offensive intentions. Jiang Wang pushed open the door with some doubts. The small cloud crane flapped its wings and flew in front of him. It turned into an envelope and floated down. He opened the soft and delicate envelope. Inside was an exquisitely designed invitation card and a piece of paper made of the same material. On it was written, "Fellow Taoist Jiang, it's been almost a month since we parted in Yuheng. I've been waiting for you for a long time, but you still haven't come. I guess Qingyu is not sincere. 16th of December, Yunhe Trading Fair. Please meet me to repay your kindness. If you see the cloud crane, please send a reply." It was signed, Qingyu on the clouds. After Jiang Wang finished reading, a wisp of cloud formed on the letter and coiled into the shape of a pen, hovering in front of him. It was as if urging Jiang Wang to answer. The words on the letter had already faded away. It seemed that a genius like Yi Qingyu had never owed anyone a favor. She had given the Yunzhong token in the beginning in hopes that they could be even. If it had been someone who knew about the Lingshao Pavilion, they would have already planned how to use the token, unique cultivation methods, or cultivation treasures. Yet, Jiang Wang did not care about it at all. He even gave the Yunzhong token to Jiang Anan because of its beautiful appearance. It was locked in her small box together with the various gifts she received. Jiang Wang did not know the scale of the Yunhe Trading Fair, but he could guess that it would be a gathering of rare treasures. Yi Qingyu's intention was to help Jiang Wang choose a treasure from the Yunhe Merchant Fair so that he could be at ease. However, Jiang Wang truly did not feel that he owed Yi Qingyu much. Later on, he had heard of Yi Qingyu's methods and treasures. Even if he had not interfered at that time, Yi Qingyu would have been able to escape unscathed. Other things aside, would the Lingshao Pavilion's master not give his only daughter a life-saving measure? Jiang Wang himself was even more reluctant to do things that demanded repayment. Therefore, he immediately picked up the brush and wrote, "It's no trouble at all, not worth mentioning. I have a younger sister at home, it's inconvenient for me to travel far. The mountains are high and the rivers are long, we'll meet again in the martial world." It was supposed to end here and the cloud crane would fly back to where it was supposed to go. However, for some reason, Jiang Wang picked up the brush and added another sentence. This sentence was much simpler and more casual. "I have a question. To do the wrong thing for the right purpose. Is this right?" Chapter 94. Jiang Wang could not tell anyone about what happened on Yuheng Peak. It was a torturous choice. It seemed that the closer one was to him, the harder it was for him to speak. After writing down this question, Jiang Wang felt much more comfortable. It was not that he had resolved the conflict in his heart, but that some things seemed to be lighter once he confided them. Jiang Wang put down his brush, and the envelope closed automatically. It turned into a small cloud crane and circled the courtyard 3 times before flying away. Jiang Wang was truly envious of this secret technique. If he could master it, he could contact Du Yehu at any time. He wondered how the tiger was doing in the Jiujiang profound armor. It was inconvenient to communicate in the army, so there was no news of him after he left. You have to hold your sword firmly and walk properly. In the courtyard, Jiang Wang was teaching Tang Dun and Jiang Anan swordsmanship. 2 figures, one big and one small, held 2 swords, one big and one small, and stood properly. Of course, in order to avoid hurting himself, Jiang Anan's sword was wooden. The sword moves are unconventional, but it has to have a proper momentum. Learn the grand sword moves first, then you can master the 100 moves. What Jiang Wang said were some of his own experiences. At least in terms of swordsmanship, he had extraordinary strength. When he guided ordinary swordsmanship, it was as if he had a strategically advantageous position. A sword has 2 edges. It can hurt others, but it can also hurt oneself. Therefore, you have to restrain yourself first, then restrain your enemy. The first one is to restrain, and the second one is to break. While teaching, Jiang Wang was also summarizing himself. He sharpened his sword heart and perfected his Dao heart. There was a saying that one's character was like one's character. It did not mean that one could see a person's beauty, ugliness, kindness, and evil from their characters. Instead, one could see whether the person was calm, whether they had a calm heart, and what kind of structure they had. It was the same in terms of swordsmanship. Little Anan was quite talented. She could already use a set of basic swordsmanship. Tang Dun, on the other hand, gave Jiang Wang a pleasant surprise. This man had a solid foundation. It was just that he had no one to guide him in his early years, so he took some unorthodox paths and had some bad habits in his move. After Jiang Wang made some slight corrections, he immediately showed that he was extraordinary. Half an hour later, Jiang Wang announced a break. Anan was still young and should not be rushed to help her grow. However, this little girl was very stubborn. If Tang Dun didn't stop, she wouldn't stop. Therefore, Jiang Wang had no choice but to treat both of them equally. Of course, Tang Dun had to practice more when he went back. In the cold winter, Anan's forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. Jiang Wang had already boiled the water and prepared a bathtub. He then fetched a change of clothes and had An and bring them to his room to take a bath. Tang Dun went straight into the kitchen. This amount of training was nothing to him. The extra training that Jiang Wang had arranged for him was the real hardship. As an old bachelor, cooking was a necessary skill. Of course, his skills were not that great. He was only slightly better than the average housekeeper, but the soup was still pretty good. He had been in Maplewood City for some time now. Now, he was in charge of feeding Jiang Wang and his sister. When they weren't going to the restaurant, he was the one who cooked. Jiang Wang wandered for a while, then walked into the kitchen and looked around as if he was inspecting. Then, he said to Tang Dun, who was cutting the meat, "Today, I'll show my skills and give An a surprise." "Mr. Jiang." Tang Dun looked embarrassed. The last time Jiang Wang gave her a surprise, Jiang Anan cried because of the food. Tang Dun, who was kind, did not dare to offend Mr. Jiang, but he also could not bear to wrong Anan. He was in a dilemma. "What's wrong?" Jiang Wang was very dissatisfied. "Look at you, your knife skills are not up to standard." He looked around, then picked up the one catty osmanthus fish that Tang Dun bought. He took a porcelain plate, then picked up another kitchen knife and swung it a few times in the air. The knife flashed. Pieces of fish fell to the ground. From the head to the tail, every piece of fish was about the same thickness. There was almost no difference. It was really a good knife skill. Jiang Wang put away the knife and glanced at Tang Dun rather complacently. After all, Tang Dun was honest. "I was going to make this osmanthus fish into steamed fish." "Ahem," Jiang Wang said, It's easier to add flavor after slicing it. Tang Dun looked at the plate of fish slices and said awkwardly, "You also cut the gall. If the gall is cut, the fish can't be eaten. It'll be very bitter. Why didn't you say so earlier?" Jiang Wang was a little angry. Tang Dun was speechless. "I'll go see if An has finished bathing. It was really not fun to bully honest people." Jiang Wang patted his butt and walked away. At dinner time, Jiang An was neatly dressed and sat at the dining table. Jiang Wang and Tang Dun both sat down, but Jiang An kept turning her head to look at the kitchen. "What are you looking at?" Jiang Wang tapped the edge of the bowl with his chopsticks. "Is there another fish?" Jiang An asked. She had an unusual obsession with eating. Tang Dun was about to speak, but Jiang Wang said in advance, "The fish ran away." Jiang An was very surprised. "How did the fish run away?" "You should ask the fish." "But didn't the fish run away?" "Yes, the fish ran away." Jiang Wang reached out and turned Jiang An's face back. "Let's eat." Jiang An was stunned for a long time, her mind in a mess. After dinner, Tang Dun cleaned up the dishes, and Jiang Wang took An to the study to do homework. Because they had spent the day practicing martial arts, they had to make up for their studies at night. Cultivation was a long process. Most of the time, cultivators were fighting with themselves, fighting against the loneliness of the long journey. Without a strong enough heart, they couldn't support the long journey. An extensive knowledge could enrich the heart. Little An was actually very good at her studies. After she didn't have to earn money for other people's exams, she was always at the top of her class. Yi Qingyu's reply flew over at this time. An widened her eyes and watched as the little cloud crane circled a few times outside the window and landed on Jiang Wang's hand. "The little bird is so beautiful. This kind of bird is called a cloud crane," Jiang Wang explained while unfolding the letter that the cloud crane had turned into. In reply to fellow Taoist Zhang's question, since he knew it was wrong, how could he say it was right? It was still signed by Qingyu on the cloud. Jiang Wang suddenly felt enlightened. As the saying goes, the onlooker sees more clearly than the person involved. Sometimes, a very simple matter could be entangled in it and couldn't extricate itself. Someone else's light sentence would enlighten him. All the contradictions in his heart disappeared. His tone became more relaxed, and he took the opportunity to educate Jiang An. "Look, this little cloud crane turned into a letter. When I finish writing the reply, it will turn back into a little cloud crane and fly away. This is the magic of Taoism. You have to hurry up and cultivate." That little cloud crane was so cute that it touched Jiang An's heart. She nodded vigorously. Jiang Wang picked up the cloud pen and replied, "These are good words. It enlightens me. Fellow Taoist can be said to be a teacher of words." Jiang Wang was about to put down the pen when Jiang An asked, "Brother, who are you writing to?" "An elder sister. Write a sentence for me too. Say hello to her." Jiang Wang glanced at her, knowing that she was interested in the cloud crane. However, how could Tower Cloud Pavilion's secret art be passed down so easily? Jiang Wang did not expose her and continued to write. "Also, when my younger sister saw the letter, she asked me to send her regards and wish you well." An nudged Jiang Wang. She signed it. Jiang Wang thought about it and signed it, "Little Jiang under the maple leaf." Yun Jian folded it and turned into a little crane again. Jiang An grabbed it and played with it for a while before letting go of it carelessly. The cloud crane flew out of the window, its beautiful silhouette entering the night sky. On this night, it would definitely enter an An's dream. Chapter 95. Cultivation required the cultivation of the heart. Cultivation was the foundation of cultivation, Tao arts were the means to protect the Tao, and the heart was the strength that supported the cultivation of the cultivator. The depression in his heart disappeared, and tonight's cultivation was exceptionally smooth. His thoughts were clear, and his Tao heart was clear. The star-twining earth dragon passed through the river of stars several times in a row. It actually shed its earthworm skin and poked out a nimble little snake. This also marked the evolution of the earthworm vein to the spirit snake vein. Similar to the changes of the other Tao veins, the amount of Tao energy it absorbed increased from 1 to 3. The only difference was that the spirit snake true spirit circling Jiang Wang's Tongtian palace was still covered in starlight, and it was even more agile. Originally, according to the schedule, the second Tao vortex should have been established on the 13th of November. But now it had reached the critical point, and it was 2 days ahead of schedule. And it could be foreseen that with the support of the star-twining spirit snake vein, the speed would be even faster. The establishment of the first Tao spiral marked the laying of the foundation. It also meant that the Tao energy in the cultivator's body could be self-generated. And from the second Tao spiral onwards, the cultivator had to prepare for the construction of the minor heavenly cycle. Only when the 3 Tao spirals resonated with each other and became one could the Tao energy truly grow without end. Only after the minor heavenly cycle was stabilized could it support the expansion of the Tongtian palace. Therefore, an 8th stage cultivator was called the heavenly cycle realm. Constructing the minor heavenly cycle was not a simple matter. It was not something that could be done just by casually establishing 3 Tao spirals. If the Tao spirals were not compatible, they would even conflict with each other and destroy the cultivation path. These 3 Tao spirals were also known as the Little 3 Talent. The best minor heavenly cycle was not only logical, but also compatible with the intent. The Little 3 Talents were also different according to the different schools and cultivators' temperament. For example, Jiang Hihai, Feng Yasong, Mu Linsen, and even Jin, Lin, and Lin. As for Jiang Wang, he had already considered it deeply. His first Tao spiral was the sun. The heavenly cycle star formation started from the sun. The sun rose and the world was bright. Starting from the sun, there were also many powerful intent constructs, such as the sun, moon, and year, which traversed the river of time. Jiang Wang did not hesitate at all. The second Tao spiral was naturally the moon. The lunar star was connected to his current everything. Only the bright moon can reflect the heart. Both were Tao vortexes formed by the heavenly cycle star formation. The moon vortex and the sun vortex did not look any different from each other in terms of appearance. They both hovered above the Tongtian palace. The 2 clusters of starry river spirals ran parallel to each other, illuminating the heavenly palace even more clearly. The star-twining spirit snake swam happily between the 2 Tao vortexes, and 1 Tao essence after another rolled down like pearls. The 2 clusters of Milky Way vortexes produced 16 Tao essence crystals every day. The star-twining spirit snake's Tao energy throughput was 3 times that of the star-twining earth centipede. It cultivated 4 times a day, which was 12 Tao energy beads. At this rate, if nothing unexpected happened, the 3rd star river vortex would be established in 13 days. At that time, as long as there were no problems with the minor circulatory cycle, Jiang Wang would steadily step into the heavenly cycle realm. The county academy examination, which affected everyone's hearts, had ended. Li Jianxiu and Wang Zhangxiang, whom Jiang Wang was familiar with, had successfully entered the county academy. Zhang Linchuan did not choose to enter the county academy. Instead, he planned to enter the National Academy through the 3 cities Tao discussion next year. Without a doubt, this was faster than Li Jianxiu and the others advancing through the 3 counties alliance competition. Only Zhang Linchuan, who had the strongest combat strength, was qualified to bet a year's time. When Li Jianxiu left, Jiang Wang and the others went outside the city to send him off. These disciples who entered the county academy were basically the most outstanding disciples of the city Tao Academy. Many people came to send them off. Wang Zhangxiang, in particular, was almost surrounded by the crowd. The Wang family members were proud of him. A few elders in the family kept telling him something. Junior brothers, when do you plan to go to the county academy? Or do you want to meet directly at the National Academy? Li Jianxiu asked the last question, but he looked at Jiang Wang. Since the trip to the vertical brush peak, Li Jianxiu had clearly relaxed a lot. He had also regained some of the vitality that young people should have. In his opinion, the one who had the most hope of entering the National Academy was Jiang Wang. Zhao Ruqing said with a cheeky smile, "Try to catch up with senior brother as soon as possible. If you can't, senior brother, please slow down and wait for us." Li Jianxiu had some understanding of him. He smiled and said, "Then you have to work a little harder. Otherwise, I won't be able to wait a few years when I'm old." "I'm working very hard now, senior brotherly." Zhao Ruqing was indignant. "I take 4 hours to cultivate every day. But you spend at least 8 hours in the fragrance of 3 portions." Huang Azan's tone was more jealous than disdainful. He said sourly, "Why don't you bring senior brother along?" "Then you should bring money, senior brother. Senior brother is giving you face by going to the brothel with you. Do you see me go when other people invite me? Senior brother doesn't even look at them. That's because other than me, no one else invites you." Jiang Wang ignored their daily bickering. He looked at Li Jianxiu with a smile and said, "Senior brother, it seems you won't be staying in the county academy for long. Are you planning to develop in the Ministry of War, or do you plan to be a governor?" "When I leave the National Academy, I'll probably go to Three Mountains City," Li Jianxiu said. "I feel like I should do something there." Zhao Ruqing and Huang Azan, who had been laughing, fell silent. They had experienced the savage beast extermination in Three Mountains City, so they could understand Li Jianxiu's feelings. There was a strange charm to Three Mountains City. It wasn't brought about by the region itself, but by the people who lived there. Among these people, the one with the most complicated feelings was probably Jiang Wang. Other than cupping his hands, he didn't have anything else to say. Ling He bowed and said, "Then, senior brother, please rise to the top. Don't look back." Li Jianxiu left with his sword in hand, and he really didn't look back. When he returned to the city, Jiang Wang saw a person hugging a fat orange cat at a corner of the city gate. He was probably seeing someone off, but he didn't know why he was standing there alone. His figure was very lonely. When he saw Jiang Wang's gaze, he only nodded slightly. His gentle gaze didn't reveal much emotion. Jiang Wang also nodded, and Zhao Ruqing pushed him away. November 15th, night. Once a month, the Blessed Land Challenge would begin as scheduled. Jiang Wang would always set aside a day to prepare for the Blessed Land Challenge. He didn't want to be judged as a loser because he didn't accept the challenge in time. Of course, even if he accepted the challenge, he couldn't avoid defeat. Tonight was no exception. Jiang Wang held 2 Galaxy River vortexes in his hands, and his East-Rising Purple Chi sword technique had reached perfection. He had completed the Azure Dragon chapter of the 4 Spirits body tempering technique, and his Taoist techniques were also quite proficient. But he was still insta-killed. This time it was even more ridiculous. He didn't know what method had killed him. Jiang Wang felt that if he made a record of his experience in the Great Illusionary Land, the title would be Jiang Wang's 1000 Ways to Die. He gloriously dropped to the cave spirit source of the 26th Blessed Land, and his monthly production was only left with 1550 points. Together with the remaining points from before, he had a total of 3,390 points. Now, he had enough offensive methods, and many Taoist techniques in the Tao Academy were open to him. He didn't want to waste these points. After all, he had obtained the Blessed Land by accident. Based on the current situation, he would be chased out sooner or later. Or perhaps, he would be able to grow before then. After hesitating for a while in the Great Illusionary Land, he turned his gaze to the Sword Discourse Arena. This was the rank 9 Sword Discourse Arena. In the Great Illusionary Land, He would control this arena to fight with his opponent. He suddenly remembered what old Master Lin said when he slashed his sword across the gate in Wangjiang City. Let's see if he's really invincible in the Wandering Realm. With his current combat strength, he was confident that he had already achieved this in Maple Forest, the Three Mountains, and Wangjiang City. Then what about the entire world? In this mysterious great illusionary land. So what? P.S. I'm quickly displaying Taoist techniques. It's the corresponding classification of Taoist techniques, the representative Taoist techniques, and even the divine abilities. Through various battle designs, I'm specifically showing it to the readers. What I'm slowly displaying is cultivation. It's also the most fundamental thing in cultivation. For the reality of the world, it's best to advance with the protagonist's point of view, and not crudely throw it to everyone through the narration. But I don't want the protagonist to brainlessly become stronger, so I control the pace. This also causes many readers to not have a deep impression of cultivation realms. As the world unfolds, it's bound to have a concrete appearance before everyone's eyes. I hope that it's at least logical and self-consistent. On this basis, I hope that it's wondrous and magnificent. Cultivation is the foundation of transcendence. Only when the foundation is stable can the world of the Red Heart survey bear some truer things. I'm doing such an unflattering thing, and I'm not sure if the readers will like it. Chapter 96. Jiang Wang stepped onto the modeled sword discourse arena. After deducting 10 merit points, the sword discourse arena suddenly rose into the sky. This was the first time Jiang Wang stepped onto the sword discourse arena outside of the Blessed Land Challenge. Strictly speaking, it was the first time he was looking for an opponent in the great illusionary land. The gentle voice that he had not heard for a long time sounded. Begin your journey to the sword discourse arena. Please write down your name to activate the ranking. A piece of white paper appeared out of thin air and floated in front of him. At the same time, a writing brush appeared. The paper was light and thin, but it did not move at all. With the mystery of the great illusionary land, it was easy to find out his name. However, the voice did not directly use his name. Instead, it asked Jiang Wang to write down his name. Moreover, Zhuguanglie was already dead. Previously, the master of the Green Jade Altar was still afraid of him and delayed the challenge for a long time. This meant that Zhuguanglie had another identity in the great illusionary land. With this thought, Jiang Wang picked up the brush and wrote down Dugawudi. Of course, this was not his style. If it were Huang Azan or Du Yehu, it would be possible. The former always liked to brag, while the latter was naturally violent and warlike. However, Jiang Wang thought that such a name could stimulate the opponent's desire to fight. Didn't he spend so much merit points to use the sword discourse arena to fight? Dugawudi has not entered the top 100. His ranking is not displayed. Do you want to hide your appearance? Jiang Wang did not even think about it and chose yes. Wasn't a fake name to hide his appearance? Then, he found out that 10 merit points were deducted again. Fortunately, this was not a one-time thing. Matching level 9 sword discourse arena. Matching successful. When Jiang Wang came back to his senses, he was already in a square room. There was a roof above his head and walls on all sides. There were no doors or windows. The ground was flat and the view was wide. In front of him, a Taoist with a round face and body slowly opened his eyes. Dugawudi? When he frowned, the upper half of his fat face seemed to be sunken. Such an arrogant name, but ordinary appearance. It seems that he is an expert. After being covered up by the great illusionary land, Jiang Wang's face had been adjusted to be very handsome, almost comparable to Zhao Ruqing's. However, he only received a mediocre evaluation. Jiang Wang also saw the name of his first opponent in the great illusionary land, Zhenwudi. This name made his eyelids twitch. He felt like he was being targeted. What do you mean? Am I the invincible Dugu, a fake invincible? Jiang Wang's long sword was projected in his hand, but it didn't have the ability to release golden light arrows in reality. The complete materialization of external objects required a lot of effort to achieve. For Jiang Wang, the gains did not make up for the losses. Come on then. Zhenwudi was still reciting his lines when Jiang Wang's sword flashed and he shot forward. His swordsmanship was originally honed from battles. It had always been about seizing the initiative and occupying the center. Naturally, they would not waste time. From being the number one in the outer sex swordsmanship, to being the champion of the first-year students in the Three Cities Dao discussion, to being the strongest in Wangjiang City, all of this gave him great confidence. His aura was slowly being cultivated. This sword was like a swimming dragon shocking the heavens, as swift as lightning. What a thief! Zhenwudi still had time to berate him. He pressed one hand in front of him, and a round shield formed by rotating water waves appeared in front of him, blocking the tip of the sword. "Sneak attack me!" he shouted again. His fat hand slashed diagonally, and a sharp blade of fire slashed out. At the same time, vines shot out from below and wrapped around Jiang Wang. Meridian wandering cultivators could not inscribe instant cast Dao techniques at all. To be able to launch so many attacks at almost the same time meant that this fatty had already formed hand seals to prepare. Yet here he was, berating Jiang Wang for sneak attacking. But in all fairness, his grasp of Dao techniques could be said to be precise and ingenious. Jiang Wang felt excited. He had never met such an opponent in Maplewood City's Dao Academy. They were either too strong, surpassing several levels, or too weak, unable to withstand a single blow. It was hard to feel the joy of battle. His heart was surging, but his hands were as steady as iron. With his superb control, he retracted his sword after touching the water wave shield. It did not penetrate deeply into the shield, and was entangled by the rotating water wave. He leaped high and dodged the blade of fire. At the same time, he retracted his sword, wanting to cut off the attacking vines. But he quickly realized that something was wrong. His sword was too heavy. There was only a drop of water on the tip of his sword, but that drop of water seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds, dragging him down. The fatty laughed loudly. "Do you think this is a water wave shield? This is a heavy water shield, you little thief." The vines had already touched Jiang Wang, but he still threw out 2 blades of fire, crossing them in front of him. He wanted to kill Jiang Wang and not give him a chance to counterattack. His 10 fat fingers formed hand seals as if they were flying, as if mocking the reputation of being invincible. Jiang Wang channeled his strength and shook it. The tip of his sword broke, and he flew away with the drop of heavy water. As he fell, his body was suddenly surrounded by purple qi, which surged with a howl. In an instant, it swept up the 2 blades of fire and pounced on Zhenwudi. This was the strongest killing technique of the Eastern purple qi sword art. Boom! The purple qi dissipated, but only Jiang Wang's sword-wielding figure remained. What he had pierced through with purple qi from the east was only an illusion, and 9 rattan snakes had already intertwined, forming a temporary cage to trap Jiang Wang. Jiang Wang reached out and pressed the barely completed flame bomb on the rattan cage, blasting a hole in it. Because he was in the cage and couldn't avoid it, his left hand was also bloody from the explosion. But Jiang Wang's expression didn't change. He just unsheathed his long sword and tried to squeeze out of the hole. But from this opening, he could clearly see the dense wind blades floating in the air outside the cage. Zhenwudi stood outside the cage, maintaining a sufficient distance from Jiang Wang. He wiped his sweat and said, "That was close. You almost turned the tables." Although he said that, he waved his hand. Countless wind blades cut Jiang Wang into pieces on the spot. He lost. Jiang Wang returned to the Blessed Land, still in a daze. His opponent was too strong. Heavy water shield, fire blade, entangling vine, illusion technique, rattan snake, wind blade. The 9 rattan snakes even formed a cage. The illusion technique was already rare, and the heavy water shield was a Dao technique that Jiang Wang had never heard of before. He had mastered so many Dao techniques, and he used them with great precision. Unlike Sun Xiaoyan, who was simple and honest, Zhen Wudi, who looked foolish, was actually controlling the rhythm of the battle from beginning to end. In the battle just now, Jiang Wang's every move was within his calculations. Now, Jiang Wang was reviewing the entire battle, but he couldn't find any winning points. On the sundial, the number representing merit was already 3,360 points. Activating the sword discourse arena consumed 10 points, concealing his appearance consumed 10 points, and losing the battle consumed 10 points. A single battle had cost him 30 merit points. One had to know that the Eastern Sea Mountain Blessed Land, which was ranked last, only produced 100 points per month. With Jiang Wang's current strength, he probably couldn't take down the Eastern Sea Mountain Blessed Land. At this moment, a fat paper crane came out of nowhere and flew shakily in front of Jiang Wang. Jiang Wang subconsciously caught it, and the paper crane unfolded itself in his hand, turning into a letter. Brother Dugu, this letter is as follows: I can't forget the battle just now. Brother's strength is as high as a mountain. I was lucky to win the battle, but I was terrified. I will fight again to show brother's might. What kind of nonsense was this? Jiang Wang glanced at the signature, and sure enough, he saw Zhen Wudi's name. Even his paper crane was fatter than others. But this set of words, no matter how he looked at it, seemed like he was trying to use Jiang Wang to gain merit. The power consumption of the sword discourse arena was borne by the loser, so in the battle just now, Jiang Wang suffered a heavy loss, while Zhen Wudi earned 10 points. Jiang Wang only hated that he wasn't Huang Ozhen, who lacked the skills to scold others. At this moment, another fat paper crane flew shakily in front of him. Jiang Wang took a look, and sure enough, it was still Zhen Wudi, but he had changed the way he spoke. To be honest, Brother Dugu, I've rarely met such an evenly matched opponent. I've benefited a lot from it, I've benefited a lot. I don't have time today, but we can fight next time. Come, casually reply to my paper crane, so that we can contact each other next time. Usually, the words after the words, to be honest, were not very honest. Jiang Wang's face twitched, and he picked up the pen and paper and replied, let's contact each other again. Then, he felt the silver moon mark on his palm and left the great illusionary land. Damn fatty. Just you wait. Chapter 97. Zhen Wudi had aroused Jiang Wang's competitive spirit, but he wouldn't go back to the great illusionary land to look for trouble until he was confident. After all, Zhen Wudi wasn't even in the top 100 meridian wandering cultivators in the great illusionary land. Judging from the way he relentlessly pursued Jiang Wang after winning one round, it was likely that he had rarely encountered such an easy battle. This speculation didn't make Jiang Wang despair. Instead, it made him more motivated. What was the point of dominating cultivators in the same realm in Maplewood City? Jiang Wang had witnessed the battle outside Huanzhen Temple at close range, so his vision wasn't so shallow. Gong Yongbai and Mo Jingyu killed their enemies, Zhuo Guanglia was brave, and Li Yi was beheaded. The entire Zhuanggua could only watch. On the one hand, they were intimidated by the forces behind them. On the other hand, they were too powerful. They were so powerful that if Zhuanggua wanted to fight them, it would be equivalent to starting a war. How many families in the world could go to war with Qinchu? Setting aside the matter of establishing the minor circulatory cycle, just in the Meridian Ascension realm, the resources he possessed were far from perfect. He had only completed the Green Dragon chapter of the Four Spirits Body Refinement Technique. He was far from combining the Four Spirit. His use of Taoist spells was even more shallow. He hadn't revolutionized any Taoist spells, let alone sublimate them. In terms of the East Rising Purple Qi sword art alone, Had he really cultivated it to perfection? Within the Meridian Ascension stage, there was already a lot of room for improvement within his field of vision. Failure wasn't scary. What was scary was not being able to face failure correctly. To defeat Jin Wudi, he had to first familiarize himself with his endless Taoist spell combinations. The instructors in the Taoist Academy had always emphasized that mastery was better than versatility, and Jiang Wang thought it was priceless advice. But if there really was such a talented and well-rounded cultivator, his true combat strength would be terrifying. In Jiang Wang's memory there was one such Xiuzhe, Wei Yan's deputy Zhao Lang. Jiang Anan was still in Illustrious Virtue Hall, so Jiang Wang took Tang Dun to the city guard's base to see the world. For Tang Dun, being able to observe Jiang Wang's battle at a close distance was, of course, exactly what he wished for. The city guard army was stationed in the southern suburbs. Compared to Maplewood City, it was closer to Phoenix Creek Town. Some time ago, the Jiang family's properties had been returned one after another. Jiang Wang was not in the mood to manage them, so he donated all of them to the town in the name of Jiang Anan. Every year, the profits from the medicine shop would be taken out to fund the education of the poor children in Fengxi Town. He didn't have to worry about anyone in the town filling his pocket. If he could take back his business from the Lin family of Wangjiang City, he wouldn't be disgraced in Phoenix Creek Town. The reason why this matter was done in Jiang Anan's name. This was because Jiang Wang didn't believe in karma, but he didn't believe in karma. But if there was, he hoped that it could protect Anan. On the way, Jiang Wang said casually, "I went to Tangxi Town with senior brother Zhang Linchuan. Why didn't you ask him for help? He's much stronger than me." Tang Dun said honestly, although senior brother Zhang is very polite, he's not close to people. After saying that, he waved his hand repeatedly. "I'm not bad-mouthing him. It's just a feeling." He didn't say any more, but his simple and honest nature hadn't changed. Jiang Wang didn't think much of it. Senior Marshal Brother Zhang is very proud. As they spoke, the two of them had already arrived outside the city guard army camp. After the gatekeeper passed on the message, Zhao Lang arrived not long after. "Brother Jiang, what can I do for you?" They had interacted in the Battle of Little Lin Town. In addition, Du Yehu had entered the Jiujiang mystic armor. Jiang Wang's reputation had risen, so Zhao Lang was still very polite. Of course, they weren't familiar with each other and weren't too close. "Brother Zhao, it's like this," Jiang Wang explained. "I've reached a bottleneck in my cultivation. I've been thinking about how to deal with opponents who are proficient in various Dao techniques. After thinking about it, I didn't have much of a clue, so I thought that I might as well try it out with real weapons. Of all the people I know, only Brother Zhao has such a rich array of Dao technique. So you're here to find a sparring partner." Men in the army were generally straightforward. Zhao Lang didn't mince his words. He led the way to the training field in the camp. "I'm also very curious about Brother Zhang's swordsmanship." The army was belligerent. When they heard that their Deputy General Zhao was going to fight with a Dao Academy disciple, the entire camp was in an uproar. By the time they arrived at the training grounds, the soldiers had already surrounded the place with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Tang Dun was very nervous. He whispered to Jiang Wang, "If he loses, he won't gang up on us, right?" Jiang Wang rolled his eyes. Tang Dun was a little too confident in him. As the Deputy General of the City Guard, Zhao Lang was at least an 8th stage Heavenly Cycle Realm cultivator. He might even be a 7th stage Ascension Realm cultivator. Moreover, he was born in the army and had experienced hundreds of battles. Some Dao Academy disciples who only knew how to cultivate in seclusion definitely couldn't compare to him. Walking onto the training field, Jiang Wang laughed dryly. "Brother Zhao, you're just giving me some pointers. There's no need for so many people to watch, right?" Zhao Lang laughed. "It's fine. Let these fellows learn from the Tao Academy's outstanding disciples, so that they don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. This Zhao Lang had thick eyebrows and big eyes. He wasn't a good person either. Jiang Wang was still wondering why he was so easy to talk to, but it turned out that he was just using him as a target. Not only could he arouse the soldiers' fighting spirit, but he could also teach them on the spot. That's right. Let us learn from him. The soldiers outside the training field shouted loudly. Let's show our brothers the might of an Tao Academy disciple. There were also some who were more excited. Defeat Zhao Lang. Beat him to the ground. The Tao Academy, the Ministry of War, and the Arrest Department were the three places with the highest concentration of cultivators. They were all somewhat unconvinced of each other's strength. Among them, the Tao Academy focused on cultivating cultivators. It was the hardest to enter, but it also had the most resources. It was easy for Tao Academy disciples to enter the Ministry of War or the Arrest Department, but it was relatively difficult for cultivators from these two places to return to the Tao Academy to study. When these soldiers saw Jiang Wang enter the barracks, how could they not hope for him to make a fool of himself? Seeing this situation, Jiang Wang also knew that there was no way to escape. Fortunately, he would at most be ridiculed, and there wouldn't be any actual losses. It was better than wasting energy in the great illusionary realm. Then Big Brother Zhao, please. Unsheathing his sword, Jiang Wang's entire aura was different. If Jiang Wang was laughing and joking before he unsheathed his sword, then in the eyes of the soldiers outside the training field, he was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Then after he unsheathed his sword, he was a vicious tiger that ate people. The sword was 3 feet long, the sword energy 7 fingers. 1 finger of sword energy was the limit of a mortal martial artist. Surpassing 1 finger, that was transcendent. The sword energy of 7 fingers was like a waterfall. Those who knew their stuff would know the danger at a glance. Zhao Lang threw out 2 water cones. His feet shifted, and the vine snake rose. The sword energy slanted and cut open the water cones. However, Jiang Wang was already in front of the sword. With a backhand, he pulled back his sword and cut the vine snake. He spun and dodged a fireball. Just as he was about to charge forward, he suddenly grasped the sword's momentum and rose from the ground. A stone wall appeared where he stood. The instantaneous Tao technique Zhao Lang had engraved in the heavenly cycle realm was the stone wall technique. This Tao technique wasn't very advanced, but he used it very cleverly. It was a stone wall built with Jiang Wang as the center. It was a purely defensive Tao technique, but it had the effect of trapping and injuring the enemy. Jiang Wang dodged quickly, whistling through the air as he descended. Another stone wall slanted in front of him, blocking his path. Jiang Wang led the others with his sword, directly smashing the stone wall to pieces. However, Zhao Lang had already escaped to the side. The stone wall appeared horizontally, once again blocking him and Jiang Wang. Jiang Wang simply dispersed the Tao technique he had condensed halfway. He spun with his sword, and the sword energy cut open the stone wall. He stretched out his leg, and the stone wall fell to the ground. However, Zhao Lang's figure had already disappeared. Behind the stone wall was another stone wall. Chapter 98. Playing the maze with Zhao Lang was not a good choice, especially when the maze was constantly changing under his opponent's control. Jiang Wang simply leaped up and jumped onto the stone wall. What welcomed him was a whistling fireball. Jiang Wang somersaulted in the air. His feet tapped lightly on the stone wall, and he charged forward with his sword. The vines on the stone wall suddenly shot up and coiled around Jiang Wang's ankles. Sword light twirled and cut off the vines. Jiang Wang could only move to the side and put some distance between himself and Zhao Lang. Wind blades, which had been accumulating power for a long time, came one after another, cutting through the wind. The battle between the two of them was very exciting and varied. Seeing this, the soldiers outside the field were amazed. On one hand, they had let go of their contempt for the academy disciples. On the other hand, they respected Zhao Lang even more. Jiang Wang had already given up on using Dao technique. His understanding of Dao techniques was still far from Zhao Lang's. He did not have much room to display his skills and was forcefully interrupted many times. Thus, he decided to focus on practicing his swordsmanship. At this point, he was no longer restricted to the 5 killing technique. Instead, he crushed the East Rising Purple Qi sword technique and gradually integrated it into every sword. Later on, every sword could be transformed into a killing technique, and every killing technique could be flipped around at will. Every sword was the East Rising Purple Qi sword technique. This process was arduous and long. Fortunately, Zhao Lang was willing to help. Although his use of Dao techniques was ingenious, he did not use any decisive move. Instead, he forced Jiang Wang to improve. Every time Jiang Wang's swordsmanship improved, the power of his Dao techniques would increase correspondingly. Compared to Zhao Lang's current battle prowess, this control was especially terrifying. Finally, Jiang Wang leaped out of the arena and bowed deeply to Zhao Lang. "Thank you, Brother Zhao, for helping me." At this moment, he held his sword in his hand. He could attack at any time. Every sword was a killing technique. "What are you thanking me for?" Zhao Lang smiled. "We might be comrades in the future." He was indeed a talent who assisted Wei Yan in managing the military camp. After a fight, he not only gave out a favor, but also taught his subordinates a lesson. At this point, he did not forget to pull someone in. There was no need to discuss the outcome. The soldiers below the stage all egged him on happily. "That's right, brother, you're so skilled. Don't take the exam to the county court, come to our barracks. They are all valiant men." How could he say that? Valiant men were bold and heroic, but what was so attractive about them? Although there weren't any famous senior sisters in the City Dao Academy, it was said that there were many beautiful female cultivators in the County Dao Academy. In his heart, he had already rejected these people without any hesitation, but on the surface, he was enthusiastic and perfunctory. "It's still early for the County Academy examination. I'll make a decision then." Today's visit to the City Guard Army camp could be said to be a fruitful one. After agreeing with Zhao Lang that he would come back to ask for advice when he was free, Jiang Wang left with Tang Dun. The soldiers dispersed. Zhao Lang paused for a while before he saw Wei Yan coming over with a saber in his hand. "Flashy but impractical," he scoffed. Zhao Lang smiled bitterly. "If I could break through as easily as you did, I wouldn't have to spend so much time on this. I have spent so much effort on the minor heavenly cycle, but it is still not complete. I finally finished the major heavenly cycle, but the progress is slow. I still can't see the heaven and earth gate. The army is a place where fighting power is needed. What else can I do if I don't study Taoist techniques?" His words were simple, and his expression was calm. But how much effort did it take to reach the level where he was proficient in almost all common low-level Taoist technique? Now, he could calmly become the Deputy General of the City Guard of Maplewood City, stand with Wei Yan, and accept the respect of his subordinates. What he had crossed was not just the distance between an ordinary person and a genius. What he had sacrificed was not something ordinary people could imagine. In the entire City Guard of Maplewood City, there were 1 general, 2 deputy generals, and 5 deputy generals. These 8 people were the upper echelons of the army. Wei Yan and Zhao Lang were among them. "You think too much for others and not enough for yourself. Don't talk about me." Zhao Lang changed the topic. "What about you? You have opened the heaven and earth gate. When will you go to Zhejiang?" Wei Yan's expression darkened. The transfer order was not approved. Zhao Lang knew the reason, so he didn't ask why. He patted his shoulder. "You don't have to go to that place to prove yourself. In fact, the White Feather Army has a wider career and is in the capital. If you don't lose to Zhu Weiwa, maybe one day you will be noticed by General Huangfu. Ha! As long as I can't spread my wings and break free from the situation of being suppressed, I can't surpass Zhu Weiwa. Zhao Lang noticed that Wei Yan's knuckles were white. That was because he used too much strength. He always thinks he is right and never thinks about other people's feelings. If it wasn't for my mother… Wei Yan stopped here. Zhao Lang was silent for a while, waiting for him to adjust his emotions. Then he said, or he cares about you, but he doesn't know how to express it. Wei Yan sneered. You don't know him at all. You don't know me either. Zhao Lang was silent. You think he is atoning for his sins? You think he will feel guilty? You are too naive. Wei Yan left. Zhao Lang looked at his back and didn't follow. When the cloud crane flew over, there was a white round jade in its mouth. Jiang Anan grabbed it. The cloud crane turned into a piece of paper, and the jade lay in the palm of her hand. Here. Jiang Anan used the hand holding the jade to half cover her eyes. She handed the letter to Jiang Wang with the other hand. Anan didn't peek. Jiang Wang stretched out his finger and scratched her nose. Weird. He opened the letter. Fellow Taoist Jiang, who can be without confusion? I don't dare to be your teacher. The path of Tao is long, Qingyu is also a confused person. Please send my regards to your sister. The cloud crane has an image stone in its mouth and wishes to hear a child's voice. Also, where is the place under the maple tree? Qingyu on the clouds. This jade was given to you by the sister who wrote the letter. Jiang Wang read the letter and took the white image stone. He poured a bead of Tao essence into it and returned it to Anan. Now speak to it. Your appearance and voice will be recorded and seen by the cloud crane's master. Really? Jiang Anan's eyes widened. A white light screen suddenly popped out of the image stone. On the light screen, a beautiful little girl widened her eyes. Really? It was a complete copy of Jiang Anan's appearance. Isn't this amazing? After a while, she added, Isn't this amazing? It's starting. Anan, speak properly, Jiang Wang reminded her from the side. It's starting. Anan, speak properly. The same voice came from the image stone, making Jiang Anan giggle. After laughing, she lifted her chin and thought about it seriously before speaking to the image stone. Jie, can you talk to me with this stone? Anan wants to see how you look like. After saying that, she handed the image recording stone to Jiang Wang. It was only when Jiang Wang turned off the image stone and the white screen disappeared that she whispered. Only then did she whisper, I finished speaking. Jiang Wang's smile faded abruptly. Go do your homework if you're done. You only know how to slack off. After chasing Anan away, he thought about it and wrote a reply to Yunjian. Taoist Yi, Maplewood City is my hometown. The maple forest outside the city is very beautiful. Every autumn, the maple trees are redder than fire. It's hard to express in words. Taoist Yi lives in the country above the clouds while I live in Maplewood City. That's what I mean. I'm sending this image stone along with the letter. My younger sister is childish and stupid, please don't blame her. Little Jiang under the maple tree. Chapter 99. In the following period of time, Jiang Wang went to the city guard station almost every day to spar with Zhao Lang. Sometimes, he also acted as a sparring partner for the other cultivators in the city guard. In this kind of high-intensity, high-frequency battle, he became more and more proficient in the use of Tao techniques and slowly adapted to Zhao Lang's complicated and changeable battle system. Until White Lotus came to find him again. It was still night, and White Lotus did not directly enter the bedroom. Perhaps because she knew how important Jiang An was in Jiang Wang's heart, she left the dangerous him in the courtyard. The second matter? Jiang Wang directly asked after leaving a message for Anan. White Lotus did not say a word, floating away. After returning from Yuheng Peak, Jiang Wang had actually been considering the distance between him and White Lotus, considering what kind of attitude he should use to face White Lotus. Without a doubt, White Lotus, or the organization behind her, was not friendly to Zhuang Ting. In the matter of toppling Yuheng Peak, Jiang Wang chose the people of Sanshan City, essentially standing on the opposite side of Zhuang Ting. But his feelings towards Zhuang Ting were very complicated. He grew up in this country, and under the education he received since childhood, he was full of trust towards Zhuang Ting and had a childlike affection for the country's ruler. So he was very conflicted. Although later, after Yi Qingyu's letter, he believed that his choice was not wrong. But he did not feel that he should go against Zhuang Ting. In particular, he did not understand why White Lotus took him and let him make a choice when she could complete the matter of Yuheng Peak on her own. He sensed that there was some kind of secret he did not know, which filled him with caution and vigilance. As for White Lotus, he intended to maintain an attitude of distance. But he did not expect that he did not need to maintain that distance. White Lotus did not say a word, becoming incomparably cold. Jiang Wang had a bellyful of words to deal with her, but he had a three-matter agreement first, so he could only follow first. The two left from the west gate, heading towards Green Willow River. When they arrived at the Green Willow River, White Lotus did not board the boat. Instead, she walked along the river bank. When they could hear the sound of the mighty Qing River, White Lotus finally spoke. A large part of the reason that happened in Shaolin Town was because the Clear River Manor was holding back the city guards. Wei Yan and Zhao Lang could only go to the Qingdao Academy to get more people. They wasted a lot of precious time. White Lotus turned around and stared at Jiang Wang's expression. So, do you think the Clear River Manor is hateful? Damn it, Jiang Wang said. This was not something that needed to be hesitated about. Who among those who participated in the Little Lin Town operation didn't have a grudge against the Clear River Manor? Just like how they also hated the heart-devouring devil. It was just that they hadn't reached the level of talking to the Clear River Manor yet. White Lotus's eyes were cold. Let's go kill some aquatic creatures to vent our anger. Restraining the city guards is the responsibility of the master of the manor. What does it have to do with the ordinary aquatic creatures? Jiang Wang shook his head. I don't take my anger out on the innocent. Even the great Chu Tianzhao's Swa Guanglia wouldn't attack a group of beggars from an enemy country before he died in Huanjin Temple. Jiang Wang's ability was far inferior, but he didn't want to be a violent person either. Subordinates follow the example of their superiors. How can there be innocent people? Aren't the ordinary aquatic creatures hateful? The aquatic creatures and humans have made an agreement thousands of years ago. We help each other equally. Just like how everyone wants to kill the heart-devouring devil, but no one wants to kill the people in Xiong Wen's hometown. How do you know? White Lotus mocked. Xiong Wen's hometown, the entire town, was killed. Do you think what you see is the truth of the world? Jiang Wang was silent for a moment. The person who killed Xiong Wen's hometown is just another Xiong Wen. Do you think there are more Jiang Wang in this world? Maybe there are more Xiong Wen. The moonlight shone on the water as the two walked forward. The Green Willow River, a tributary of the Qing River, finally joined the Qing River. Speaking of which, the aquatic creatures and humans help each other equally. White Lotus smiled as if she found it unbelievable. Do people still believe in the ancient agreement? Why not? Since ancient times, humans lived on land and aquatic creatures lived in water. They lived in peace. Since ancient times? What history do you know? Tonight, Bai Lian's every word seemed to be filled with thorns, either derogatory or insulting. Jiang Wang said angrily, If you know some history that I don't know, please tell me. TSK. If you don't want to kill the aquatic creatures, then don't kill them. Why are you so angry? I'm not angry. White Lotus moved closer to Jiang Wang, but Jiang Wang moved away silently. Bai Lian smiled. To kill or not to kill, it's your own decision. I didn't force you, so what are you afraid of? Are you afraid of? She moved closer to Jiang Wang like a ghost. She pointed at his heart with her finger and said softly, Of yourself in your heart? Jiang Wang frowned. Don't beat around the bush. I owe you 3 things. Just tell me what you want me to do. You'll do whatever I ask you to do? Jiang Wang choked and said, I won't kill innocent people, no matter if they're humans or aquatic creatures. So, White Lotus turned around and walked forward. There's no need to tell you what I want you to do now. You'd better observe first before you make a decision. I won't force you anyway, right? Even though she was wearing a black robe and in the night, her graceful figure couldn't be completely hidden. Occasionally, she would twist and turn, bringing a touching scenery. It's here. White Lotus grabbed Jiang Wang's hand and pulled him into the grass by the shore. Then, she squatted down. She put down a formation plate and activated her Tao energy. Then, she said with a smile, I've really set up a concealment formation. Jiang Wang knew that she was mocking him for what happened at Yuheng Peak. He didn't say anything and just stared at the surface of Qing River. He was curious about what he would see next. He also had a kind of inexplicable fear. What would he see? Time passed slowly. It was as if the peace that would last forever was broken. The shore of Qing River was wide. The waves splashed far away and silver light shone. A figure separated the water and walked toward the shore. He was wearing black clothes and a black mask. He was carrying a large black sack on his shoulder, which almost blended into the darkness of the night. The cloth bag vaguely outlined a human figure. However, Jiang Wang thought that the cloth bag contained a member of the aquatic species. The aquatic species and the human species were similar in appearance. This was also the reason why the 2 species recognized each other for thousands of years. The only difference was the unique characteristics of the aquatic species, such as fish scales, fish whiskers, turtle shells, and so on. Every member of the aquatic species had more or less unique characteristics of the aquatic species. Those characteristics were revealed by their talents and would never disappear. The figure came closer and closer. It was so close that Jiang Wang could see it very clearly. He was sure that it was a human. A human secretly used a cloth bag to carry a member of the aquatic species out of Qing River in the middle of the night. What did he want to do? What did this mean? Why did he do this? Jiang Wang realized that his voice was trembling. He didn't know where the uneasiness came from. The aquatic species are born with Tao meridians. They are of a higher level and purer than the demonic beasts, White Lotus said by his ear. Her voice was pleasant, but the content of her words was cruel. In other words, the meridian unlocking elixir made from the aquatic species Tao meridians is better and more perfect. Jiang Wang's grip on his sword tightened. It was common knowledge that the human species and the aquatic species coexisted as equals. It was also common knowledge that had existed on this land for countless years. When the kingdom of Zhuang was founded, it had relied on the battle to the death in the Clear River underwater prefecture. The founding ancestor of the kingdom of Zhuang, Zhuang Chengqian, made an eternal pact. The words of the pact were still being recited in class even now. Humans who fell into the water would often be saved by the aquatic species. Every time there was a festival, the humans would often scatter fruits along the river as gift. The human species and the aquatic species were so close to each other. One was on land while the other was in the water. There was no competition for living space. In his opinion, extracting the Tao meridians of the aquatic species was no different from extracting the Tao meridians of the human species. However, could extracting the Tao meridians of the human species be used to refine meridian unlocking elixirs? Let alone whether it was possible or not. Just the thought of it was unforgivable. Chapter 100. This is the second thing I want you to do. White Lotus said faintly, Save that innocent marine. Her voice seemed to be beside Jiang Wang's ears, but it also seemed to drill into his heart and interrogate his soul. So what are you going to do now? Are you going to refuse or fulfill your promise? Jiang Wang pulled out his sword. He rushed out of his hiding place. He and his sword formed a vertical line and pierced through the air. He rushed to the front of the man in black in an instant. The man in black was doing something like this in Xinjiang, so he had to be alert at all times. He made hand gestures and waited. A water shield appeared in front of him. Jiang Wang pierced through it with his sword. Purple qi rushed to the sky. The man in black had to throw the cloth bag on his shoulder at Jiang Wang in order to protect himself. If it was in the past, Jiang Wang would not have held back after such a ferocious sword attack. However, after practicing with Zhao Lang during this period of time, his east-rising purple qi was already at ease. The power of the sword dissipated immediately. Jiang Wang reached out to take the cloth bag. He turned his body several times to disperse the force and guard against his opponent at the same time. However, the man in black had already taken the opportunity to escape. He was doing something like this in Xinjiang. If he was caught by the Xinjiang Navy, he would die immediately. No one would be able to save him. Therefore, he did not dare to continue fighting. Jiang Wang did not chase after him. He cut open the cloth bag with his sword and saw an unconscious and half-naked Bei Nu inside. She looked like a human beauty, but there were 2 shells covering her chest. Jiang Wang immediately took off his outer garment and covered her. He then checked her breath and confirmed that she was still alive. He made hand gestures with one hand and condensed a cloud of water vapor, which covered Bei Nu's face. Bei Nu woke up slowly. She was shocked to see Jiang Wang. She felt relieved when she touched the clothes covering her body. "Don't worry," Jiang Wang said gently. "I have chased away the person who kidnapped you. You can return to Xinjiang now." Bei Nu covered her clothes with her hand. Her eyes looked frightened and worried. She said softly, "My name is Xiao Shuang. May I know my benefactor's name?" "My name is not important. I just want you to know that not everyone in the human race is bad. Some people will harm you, and some will save you. It's late at night and the dew is heavy. Miss, please go back so that your family won't be worried." The aquatic creatures were all born with natural meridians of Tao. They were not weak creatures that could be easily killed. Bei Nu Xiaoshuang took a careful look at Jiang Wang. Then she covered herself with her clothes and turned into a stream of water, leaping into the vast and mighty Qing River. Well, the beauty is far away. White Lotus appeared in front of Jiang Wang and deliberately stretched out her hand in front of his eyes. He didn't care what he was thinking. Jiang Wang came to his senses and noticed that White Lotus was carrying a man in black. "What's this?" Jiang Wang frowned. White Lotus's beautiful eyes looked straight at Jiang Wang. Her eyes were full of smiles. "I have to tell you that the business of kidnapping aquatic creatures is not something that ordinary people can do. You've already shown your face tonight. If you let him escape, the people behind him will find out everything about you in less than a day. By then, not only will you be at their mercy, your brothers, your friends, and your sister." She smiled and threw the man in black on the ground. "So, you're now faced with a choice." Almost as soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Wang's sword had already slashed the vital part of the man in black. "I don't have a choice." Jiang Wang put his sword back into its scabbard. His expression was stiff. "Isn't this what you want to tell me?" "No." White Lotus smiled. "What I want to tell you is that behind this man is the arrest department, the Zhuang court, the place you yearn for." She was probably so happy that she couldn't hide the joy in her words. Jiang Wang's face was as still as water. "I don't believe it," he said. "Then explain. We've been allies for several hundred years. Why is the Zhuang court so afraid of the revolt of the aquatic creatures of Clear River? Why is it that when the army of the aquatic creatures of Clear River moved slightly, The city guard of the entire Clear River Commandery basically mobilized in full force. Why did they leave behind such a great opening, allowing the tragedy of Shaolin Town to become reality? White Lotus said, because they know what they've done too well. They know that once they have evidence, it's extremely likely that the Clear River Manor will launch a war regardless of everything. Jiang Wang fell silent. What does the Zhuang court look like in your mind? Light? Stalwart? A fatherly figure? Do you really think that before the incident of Shaolin Town, all the people of the arrest department mobilized in full force to hunt down the heart-devouring demon? Is a mere heart-devouring demon worth mobilizing so many people? The true main force is protecting those vicious beasts. Jiang Wang could no longer remain silent. His voice was hoarse. You're like a demon. You're pulling me into the abyss step by step. Don't accuse me. I'm not pulling you. From Alioth Peak to here, it's all a choice you've made, isn't it? You know me very well. You seem to have given me a choice, but you know that I have no choice. Jiang Wang looked at her. Who are you exactly? What are your intentions? I'm... White Lotus said sternly as if she wanted to give an answer, but she suddenly smiled frivolously. Your savior. I'm very grateful to you for saving me. But to be honest, I'd rather you hadn't saved me. Jiang Wang's voice was filled with some pain. This was the pain of his beliefs collapsing. He was destroying the system of values he had established in the past and giving birth to a new one. This process was very torturous. Then who's going to take care of your sister? My brothers will definitely take good care of her. You're far too naive. No one can definitely take care of anyone in this world. Even you might not necessarily be able to do it, let alone those sworn brothers of yours. Have you forgotten how Fang Pengju died? Jiang Wang said in a low voice, You're too sinister. White Lotus snorted softly. I'm just not naive. My business is done. I'm leaving first. Jiang Wang didn't want to say more. In terms of words, he had never gained an advantage over White Lotus. Before you go, you might as well think about another question. White Lotus said from behind him. If sacrificing those people in Little Forest Town is to save more common people living in this kind of environment, to save them from the lamentable situation of being food for vicious beasts. In that case, are they still evil? White Lotus looked at his back and also waited for his mood, looking forward to whether or not he would change. Or perhaps it's another kind of justice. Jiang Wang halted his steps and suddenly turned around. He forcefully pressed down on his sword, his long hair flying. Those damned bastards! No matter what reason they use, no matter what excuse they use, they have nothing to do with the word justice. White Lotus, I owe you my life. But if you're in cahoots with them, take this life back. The sound of the wind and the moonlight were both silent for a moment. White Lotus stared blankly, then suddenly laughed tenderly. What are you talking about? They're in cahoots with you. Some things can't be joked about, White Lotus, Jiang Wang said very seriously. I know. White Lotus nodded perfunctorily. Just as she was about to say something, she suddenly slapped at Jiang Wang. The gentle energy pushed Jiang Wang about 100 feet away in the air. Don't look back. Go. Jiang Wang was in the air, not daring to look back. This was because he had already sensed the arrival of that terrifying pressure, like the collapse of a mountain and the pouring of a flood. But even if he ran with his back facing the direction, he could still see the instant eruption of a brilliant white light behind him. That light was incomparably violent and dazzling. In that instant it almost annihilated all hearing and covered all vision. Even if his back was facing the direction, even if he could only see the light from the corner of his eye. It was already so scorching that his eyes stung, and tears flowed incessantly. Unknowingly, 100 chapters had already passed. It was another week of streaking. Although the collection was small, the readers were very attentive. Of course, my intentions can also be felt by you through every word. I hope we can rely on word of mouth to rise. Work hard. Strive hard. Chapter 101. When the white light dissipated, a deep pit of at least 10 feet appeared. In the deep pit, White Lotus slowly stood up. Cough, cough, cough. She coughed and looked up at the sky. If it wasn't for this robe, I would be dead. The black robe on her was obviously a rare magic weapon, protecting her from the attack just now. But now it was damaged in many places, occasionally revealing a snowy white color. In White Lotus's sight, a figure wearing the iconic red and black robe of the arrest department slowly walked down from the night sky. His face was thin, his beard was 3 inches thin, and even his voice was dry, but his whole body gave people a sense of substantial strength. You're not simple to be able to react before my blazing light explosion. I'm curious, who was the one you just sent away? He suddenly changed the topic and sped up, rushing in the direction Jiang Wang left. White flames abruptly ignited, and a white lotus rose from the ground, blocking the path of this narcotics bureau expert with unimaginable speed. Cold white flames bloomed like flowers, burning the night sky. But the arrest department expert's figure flashed, and he had already passed through the flowers of white flames, sticking close to White Lotus. The two of them were almost stuck together in the air, with half of their bodies overlapping. He reached out and pressed a ball of blazing light explosion on White Lotus's abdomen. He pressed her whole body to the ground. He was already prepared. Or rather, his sudden turn to chase after Jiang Wang was part of his strategy. Boom! The ball of blazing light explosion pressed down on White Lotus's soft body, smashing a big pit in the ground again. Cough, cough. The smoke and dust dissipated, and White Lotus stood up from the pit again. The blood she coughed out had already soaked the black cloth covering her face. Son of a bitch, Ji Xian, you only know how to play tricks. You deserve to be a dog for the rest of your life. There was an obvious wound on her abdomen, which was slowly healing in the white flames. The person who appeared in the air was the third person in the arrest department, the head of the arrest department in Qinghe County, Ji Xian, who was at the peak of the inner mansion stage. Ji Xian was not annoyed at being scolded. You know it's me, yet you still dare to resist? White Lotus suddenly laughed. Bureau Chief Ji is strong, but you don't understand a woman's heart. You tore her clothes as soon as you came up, which girl wouldn't resist? Her voice was dreamy and illusory, as if she was weaving a beautiful dreamland in her whispers, quietly enveloping Ji Xian. Almost at the same time, with White Lotus as the center, streaks of scorching white light crisscrossed, directly covering all the positions within a radius of 30 feet. Illusory sound entering dreams, blazing light suppressing killing. White Lotus used the conversation as an introduction, and Ji Xian used the conversation as a preparation. 2 high-grade, A-grade Dao techniques erupted at the same time. Although White Lotus had rushed out of the range of a blaze kill, the white flames on her body had obviously become thinner and could no longer cover her entire body. The difference in strength was obvious, not to mention that White Lotus was injured first. But the direction she was rushing towards was Ji Xian. Illusory sound dream naturally could not erase the mind of an expert like Ji Xian, but she only needed an opportunity. As long as she sank into Ji Xian's trance for 3 breaths of time, she would have the chance to reverse the battle tonight. A flower of white flames bloomed in front of her jade-like palm, pressing towards Ji Xian's abdomen. She was a woman who held grudges. Bam! Bai Lian suddenly bumped into something, causing him to feel dizzy. Then she saw strands of white light crisscrossing together like threads, forming a square cage in front of Ji Xian, trapping White Lotus inside. The white light was like a wall, and the white light was like a cage. Clearly, Ji Xian had been prepared for White Lotus's illusory sound dream. His dizziness might not even last for a breath, but when White Lotus approached, he suddenly exploded. Crushing. It was a complete and utter suppression. From beginning to end, Ji Xian had controlled the entire battle. He had never intended to kill White Lotus. His goal was to capture her alive. In the cage of light, White Lotus once again condensed a flower of white flames, but did not attempt to break the white light barrier. Instead, she pressed it towards her own head without hesitation. The moment she was trapped in the cage of light, she realized Ji Xian's goal. So she also gave her own answer at the first moment. This move was undoubtedly beyond Ji Xian's expectations. He was very interested in White Lotus and the organization behind White Lotus. Otherwise, with his status as the arrest department in Qinghe County, he would not have acted personally tonight. White Lotus's death was of course no loss to him. But it also meant that he would lose all his gains after this. As decisive as Ji Xian was, he immediately dispersed the cage of light. He got close to White Lotus, his hands surrounded by white light, and reached out to grab the flower of white flames. The flower of white flames turned and blasted towards Ji Xian's head. White Lotus's suicide by attacking her own head was of course a real move. Otherwise, it would not have fooled Ji Xian. But when Ji Xian tried to stop her from committing suicide, she immediately attacked. She was not afraid of death, but she did not want to die. Ji Xian's hand surrounded by white light was placed in front of his forehead, blocking the flower of white flames. He clenched his other hand into a fist and punched White Lotus's abdomen. For someone like Ji Xian, even if he wanted to capture the opponent alive, he would not give the opponent a chance. Capturing the opponent alive was his goal, but it was only one goal. He would try his best to achieve it, but it was not a must. He was already angry and did not hold back in this punch. White Lotus curled up like a shrimp in the air and was sent flying. The white flames on her body were extinguished. Just like her fire of life, it was on the verge of collapse. Ji Xian was about to chase after her. Suddenly, boom! Rumble! Huge waves surged into the sky like the rumbling of war drums. The entire vast river seemed to be surging. Xinjiang shook. A huge wave surged into the sky. On the top of the huge wave stood an old man in a gorgeous robe. Bureau Chief Ji of the Arrest Department, who is in charge of all transcendent cases in Qinghe County, why do you have time to come to Xinjiang? He spoke as if he was on his last breath, but his voice was louder than the huge wave and the roar of the tide. It clearly entered Ji Xian's ears. The old man standing on the top of the wave had a hunched figure. His face was full of wrinkles and age spots that could not be concealed. He looked very old. But who dared to ignore him? Who dared to ignore the master of Xinjiang, Song Hengjiang? Ji Xian almost immediately retracted his aura and stopped in the air. He lowered his eyes slightly. Official Lord, I was patrolling Qinghe County at night and accidentally found traces of a demon. As the bureau chief of the arrest department, I am responsible for the people's lives and do not dare to be careless. In order to prevent this demon from harming the people, I acted in a hurry. The situation was urgent, so I was unable to obtain your permission in advance. Please forgive me. His words were impenetrable. He expressed his humility and also pointed out his reliance. He also gave Song Hengjiang a way out. As the third most important person in the arrest department, he commanded the entire arrest department of Qinghe County. His position was not lower than the Qinghe County governor. But he had to lower his head at this time. He knew. Since Song Hengjiang had personally appeared tonight, then he had to give an explanation. He also felt that with his current position and the current situation of the human race and the water race, his way out was enough. However, Song Hengjiang only glanced at him with his murky eyes. Then the corners of the old man's mouth lifted slightly and he revealed a smile. It was this smile. His lethargy was gone and he became wild. The descendants of Zhuang Qingqian are getting more and more out of hand. Fighting to the death in front of my eyes. He put his hands behind his back. For Zhuang Qingqian's sake, you can leave after slapping yourself 10 times. Chapter 102. Ji Xian suddenly opened his eyes. He didn't dare to believe that Song Hengjiang would dare to say such words and make such a request at this time, in his old age. He knew how overbearing Song Hengjiang was. He had heard rumors about Song Hengjiang's power. But why did he have to do this? How dare he humiliate Ji Xian? Even the Prime Minister and the General had never treated him like this. For a moment, he could not believe that this was real. But he looked into Song Hengjiang's eyes. That pair of turbid and drowsy eyes were shining brightly now. He had to believe that this was real. This was Song Hengjiang's condition. Because he was Song Hengjiang. Within the Zhuang country, Zhuang Qingqian controlled land and Song Hengjiang controlled water. This was the founding agreement of the Zhuang country. In theory, the water lord of Qinjiang was of the same rank as the ruler of the Zhuang country. The entire Qinjiang was under Song Hengjiang's rule. Both sides of Qinjiang were under Song Hengjiang's rule. Song Hengjiang seized this mistake of going beyond the bounds of propriety, so it was perfectly justified for him to kill him. Ji Xian understood that the Qinghe county governor would not appear. The nearby Wangjiang city governor and Maplewood city governor would not appear. Even the Zhuang court would not appear. Because once they appeared, the nature of the matter would change. Now it could be said that Ji Xian had overstepped the rules. When the time came, the Zhuang court would suppress him. A war between the human race and the water race within the Zhuang country would be unavoidable. The Zhuang country would not be able to bear such a price. Not only would the internal friction cause a huge loss, but it would also spread or explode the conflict between the water race and the human race in the modern world. The Zhuang country could not bear this responsibility. Would Song Hengjiang be willing to kill him? Obviously, he was not. Otherwise, he would not even need to talk and would directly attack. Ji Xian was a high-ranking official of the Zhuang court. Once he was killed, it meant that the conflict between the water race and the Zhuang court was irreparable. The Qinjiang Water Prefecture was especially unwilling to be the one who started the war because they were still the weaker party. But would Song Hengjiang dare to kill him? This question did not need to be asked. There was no need to weigh the pros and cons and no need to consider cause and effect. The red color of the Lanhe River had not disappeared. That was the answer Song Hengjiang gave to all his opponents. Then, could Song Hengjiang still kill him? His Ji Xian 5 residences had completed and was at the peak. He was only one step away from the 4th grade outer building state. Several hundred years ago, Song Hengjiang's strength was unquestionable. However, hundreds of years later, everyone knew that he was nearing the end of his lifespan. How much combat strength did he have left? After a period of unbearable silence. Pa! 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 There were a total of 10 sounds, not one less. Ji Xian did not hold back. Since he had already decided to accept such a humiliating matter, he would no longer be hesitant and make others laugh. He had slapped himself in the face, yet he was still dissatisfied. He wouldn't do such a stupid thing. As the slap ended, Ji Xian's thin face swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. He looked at Song Hengjiang in silence, waiting for his response. Song Hengjiang's eyelids were drooping. It was as if he had returned to his old and frail state. He seemed to be struggling to even speak, but he only raised his hand. Go. Then, he turned around. Song Hengjiang was not a pestering person. Since Ji Xian had admitted defeat and accepted his punishment, he would not humiliate him again. After tonight's trip, his attitude was already clear enough. Next, it would depend on how the ruler of Zhuang State, who was sitting high up in the palace, would react. The waves sent him back to Qing River, and the surface of the water merged. Thus, the raging waves calmed down, and the huge waves disappeared. The entire Qing River regained its calm. The moonlight shone on the surface of the water, as if nothing had happened. The night wind blew, and the ripples on the water were like broken snow. From the beginning to the end, Ji Xian did not dare to mention the cultivator from the arrest department who was stabbed to death by Jiang Wang. Song Hengjiang also did not mention Bei Nu who was kidnapped and escaped. Even though Ji Xian came for that subordinate, and Song Hengjiang came for Bei Nu, who was under the rule of that person. However, when the waves of Qing River were raging, they tacitly maintained a certain balance under the surface of the water. That was the unspoken red line between the Zhuang Court and Qing River Manor for hundreds of years. When the storm dissipated, Ji Xian stood where he was. No one appeared at the scene, because no one was willing to face Ji Xian's anger. However, Ji Xian knew that the humiliation he suffered today must have been transmitted to some people. Among those important people who were on the same level as him, he made a fool of himself in broad daylight. There was no way to hide it. However, he did not appear to be too embarrassed. Instead, he identified the direction and continued to fly in the direction where White Lotus was sent flying. What happened had already happened, and there was no way to save his face. What he had to do was to not let his gains run away. That strange white flame, that woman with extraordinary abilities. Once he captured her alive, he would definitely be satisfied with the gains. He was certain that under the circumstances tonight, the Zhuang Court that he represented and the Qing River Manor that Song Hengjiang represented were on the verge of breaking out at any moment. No matter what kind of power was hiding behind that woman, they would definitely not dare to show themselves. Thus, he still had hoped to find that woman who was on the verge of death. He flew back and forth for hundreds of miles, but of course, he did not find anything. On the other hand, White Lotus was sent flying by a punch. Her entire body flew in the air, and the white flame that surrounded her body was extinguished. All the Tao techniques that protected her body collapsed. She knew that she had no more chances, and was about to use her last bit of strength to kill herself. However, she suddenly felt a kind of warmth. Her body that was flying backward was surrounded by a warm embrace. Someone caught her. However, this person was too weak. He could not even bear the remaining force of Ji Xian's punch. Not only did he fly backward with her the moment he caught her, but he also spat a mouthful of blood into her neck. That blood was boiling hot. In a blur, White Lotus felt that the two of them fell to the ground and rolled continuously. However, that person was still below her. She still had a cushion. Otherwise, she would really fall apart. She thought. This person was really weak. White Lotus felt that she was quickly picked up again. Then, this person was probably running. From the frequency of his breathing and the intense heartbeat in his chest, she knew that he had tried his best. However, the whistling sound of the wind told White Lotus that he was very slow. If this continued, she would die, right? There was no way she could escape. It was just one more person going to die. Who was this person? Why did she have such a stupid subordinate? No, that was not right. None of her subordinates would appear here. Those people, were all very smart. Very rational. So who was this person? Her eyelids seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. White Lotus realized that it was actually so difficult to open her eyes. However, she held on. She had to do what she wanted to do. So, she opened her eyes. White Lotus forced her eyes open. Her vision was blurry and swaying. It was because of the bumps caused by running. She forced herself to focus and retracted her vision. From the angle of the lower jaw, she could finally see the person's face clearly. The chin was slightly round and not sharp. The lips that were bleeding were tightly pursed. The bridge of the nose was high, and the pair of clear eyes looked straight ahead. It was Jiang Wang, she thought. Then, she fell into a complete coma. Chapter 103. In the end, Jiang Wang still turned back. Of course, he knew the danger and knew that turning back meant death. But no matter what, White Lotus had saved his life. He couldn't turn back just like that. He couldn't pretend that he didn't know her situation. He couldn't pretend that he hadn't heard anything. He hid carefully, not daring to reveal any fighting spirit to avoid being detected. But the battle between White Lotus and Ji Xian was shocking. He couldn't even bear the aftermath, so he retreated again and again, circling around again and again. He had been looking for an opportunity, but a battle of this level wasn't something he could participate in. He had changed positions countless times and looked for countless angles, but he couldn't cut in. He held his sword for a long time, but he couldn't unsheath it. He was waiting for the earth-shattering strike, waiting for the most glorious moment. But Ji Xian wasn't Xiongwan. He wasn't suppressed by White Lotus. The peak of the inner mansion realm wasn't something the soaring dragon realm could compare to. After opening the heaven and earth door, each realm was a different world. These words weren't said for nothing. There was no need to talk about the benefits of pressing the sword in such a battle. Danger tempered his heart, and his Dao heart sharpened his sword. If he could use his sword tonight, the world would be different. After a dazzling battle, White Lotus was suddenly sent flying. And it happened to fly over the grass he was crawling on. He didn't have time to think. His body moved faster than his thoughts. He immediately rushed out and caught White Lotus. His sword hadn't been unsheathed, but he had already used his sword. In a battle between inner mansion experts, the young man stepped forward bravely. Puff! The moment it came into contact with by Lian's body, the remaining power of Ji Xian's fist surged forth, tearing apart his Dao Yuan defense as easily as breaking through dry weed. He spat out a mouthful of blood. He was sent flying, fell to the ground, and rolled. He got up and ran wildly with White Lotus in his arms. He circulated the four spirits' body refining technique to replenish his energy. He had never run so fast. He could only hear the wind, and the whistling of the wind. He knew that he might not be able to escape, but he had to try. He didn't know that the situation behind him had changed until he heard the roar of a huge wave. But he didn't even dare to stop and look back. Therefore, he had no idea what was happening behind him. He did not run directly in the direction of Maplewood City. Instead, he first ran in the direction of Wangjiang City, then turned east, turned again, and finally headed north. Now that the two starry river vortexes had been established, he had sufficient Dao energy and could run back to Maplewood City in one go. However, he did not do so. Instead, after cleaning up his tracks, he casually ran into a mountain forest. He didn't know what had happened that caused Ji Xian to not chase after him immediately, buying him precious time. However, he was very clear that his speed was far inferior to Ji Xian's. Once his whereabouts were exposed, he would be easily caught up. And the people running on the road tonight were undoubtedly the most obvious target. Therefore, he chose to find a place to hide. After finding a cave, Jiang Wang beat up the owner of the cave, an ordinary black bear, and hid inside the cave with White Lotus in his arms. However, he did not kill the black bear. Instead, he continued to pin it down in the cave as a cover. Only now did he have the time to check on White Lotus's injuries. The cave was very dry. This black bear had quite a lot of requirements for its living environment. Carefully laying White Lotus flat on the ground, Jiang Wang casually condensed a fireball and hung it in the air to illuminate the area. The black bear was clearly frightened, but after being stared at by Jiang Wang, it sat down obediently. White Lotus had completely fainted. Those soul-stealing eyes were also closed at this time. Many parts of the black clothes on her body were torn, revealing the white and moving scenery. The black veil covering her face was intact, so it should not be an ordinary item. Jiang Wang held his breath. The most serious wound should be on her abdomen. The whole area was a mess of flesh and blood. The fragments of her robe were mixed with the flesh and blood, and there was no intact place. The C-grade mid-grade essence nurturing technique was the only healing Tao technique that Jiang Wang had mastered. The principle was to gather wood elemental essence qi to help the injured regain their vitality and promote self-healing. For White Lotus's injuries, it was better than nothing. But Jiang Wang could only give it a try. After forming a seal, a ball of green elemental essence qi slowly approached White Lotus's abdomen and reacted with her wound. With a flash of white light, this ball of green elemental essence qi silently dissipated. With the level of Jiang Wang's essence nurturing technique, it was impossible to heal the wound left by Ji Xian. But when the green elemental essence qi came into contact with White Lotus, a wonderful change occurred. Jiang Wang's Azure Dragon chapter of the Four Spirits Body refining technique had reached perfection, so he was very sensitive to wood elemental essence qi. He clearly sensed the dissipation of the essence nurturing technique, and did not overlook the change in the black candle in the Tongtian Palace. That black candle was lit. In the Tongtian Palace, it burned without fire. Strangely, Jiang Wang subconsciously understood that this black candle could burn for a quarter of an hour, and then it would disappear. But he did not know how it was lit or how it should be lit. He did not even know how to extinguish it before it burned out. In short, everything was in a blur. The only thing he was clear about was that it probably had some kind of connection with White Lotus. The black candle was extinguished, and a part of it was gone. When it was in Jiang Wang's Tongtian Palace, other than being entangled by the Tao Vein True Spirit, there was nothing special about it. But at this time, it burned and extinguished itself. And with this moment of light and fire, a Tao technique appeared in Jiang Wang's mind. In such a short moment, it should not have been so much shorter. It should be because of this Tao technique. Flesh grows white bones, the soul returns to the body, Jiang Wang subconsciously murmured, his right hand unconsciously forming a seal. Finally, he was enveloped in a layer of white light. This light should be pale white, not blazing white. It should be gloomy, but it inexplicably had a holy feeling. When this white light covered White Lotus's abdomen, the flesh of her abdomen wriggled at a speed visible to the naked eye, beginning to recover. In the end, White Lotus's breathing calmed down. And Jiang Wang didn't even know where this white light came from, what its principle was, or what kind of power it used. He only knew the name of this Tao technique in his mind, the flesh-regenerating soul technique. The black candle that had suddenly appeared in the Heavenspan Palace seemed to be something extraordinary. Jiang Wang was focused on healing, so he didn't notice it. Behind him, the black bear had completely shrunk into a ball, trembling. When White Lotus woke up, it was already daybreak. The sunlight even peeked into the cave, allowing White Lotus to clearly see the black bear. It was leaning against the cave wall, sitting very obediently, its two paws resting in front of it, motionless. Then, she smelled a strange smell. White Lotus's gaze shifted, and she saw Jiang Wang. He was holding something that could perhaps be called a bowl, slowly walking over to White Lotus. The sunlight shone on his face, and White Lotus inexplicably felt that it was somewhat beautiful. "You're awake?" Jiang Wang said warmly. Yes. Perhaps it was because she had just recovered from her serious injuries, but White Lotus's voice was unexpectedly soft. "When you were unconscious, you always shouted something about rice." Jiang Wang held the thing in his hand and explained, "I thought you were probably hungry. But it's not convenient to make food right now. So I found some wild vegetables and made a bowl of soup for you." "Rice?" White Lotus was stunned. "Made for me?" "Yes." Jiang Wang was a bit embarrassed. "When I was young, my family sold medicinal herbs, so I can distinguish between herbs and wild vegetables. Don't worry, there's no poison. I hollowed out a stone and made the bowl temporarily. I used Tao techniques to control the fire." "Bring it over." White Lotus interrupted him. Jiang Wang approached and handed the bowl of wild vegetable soup to White Lotus. White Lotus raised her upper body with difficulty. After taking a look, she immediately wanted to lie back down. The bowl was already very rough. At best, it was a stone with a hole in it. As for the soup, if that colorful sticky liquid could be considered a soup. After getting closer, the strange smell became even more terrifying. Drink. Jiang Wang stretched out his hand again. He was very expectant and sincere. No one has ever made soup for me, White Lotus said. She steeled her heart and took the bowl. You're now a patient, so you should be taken care of, Jiang Wang said. White Lotus couldn't deny that despite its ugly appearance and unpleasant smell, this bowl of soup brought her a warmth that she had almost never felt before. Being taken care of, she had never been taken care of. Chapter 104. White Lotus held the bowl of soup and asked, "Did you take care of your sister like this when she was sick?" Jiang Wang smiled naturally at the mention of Jiang Anan. "She's a very good child. She doesn't throw a tantrum when she's sick. She'll be very happy as long as I buy her something delicious. So I bought it for her. Mutton from Kaiji, soup from Du Duong, pastries from Gui Xiangjai." Jiang Wang listed Jiang Anan's favorite foods one by one. The more White Lotus listened, the more upset she felt. The soup in her hand suddenly. It wasn't delicious to begin with. When your sister was sick, you ordered all kinds of delicacies. I risked my life to save your life, and you gave me this kind of thing? She roared in her heart, but she smiled dryly. Okay, thank you. White Lotus stopped Jiang Wang from talking. She found that this person was a man of few words, but as long as his sister was mentioned, he would suddenly have a desire to express himself. Well, you're weak. You should talk less. Jiang Wang raised his hand. Drink, drink. There's more in the pot. I'll give you more after you finish. White Lotus automatically filtered out the last sentence. After hesitating for a while, she brought the soup to her face. She suddenly stopped and looked at Jiang Wang. Her beautiful eyes blinked. Do you want to watch me drink? Do you want to know what I look like? Sorry. I forgot. Sorry. Jiang Wang turned and walked out of the cave. Hey! White Lotus called out to him. When he turned back, she said with a smile, Help me take off my veil. Her voice was sweet, gentle, and tugged at his heartstrings. Jiang Wang felt his lips were a little dry. It was impossible to say that he wasn't curious about White Lotus's appearance. Although they didn't spend much time together, every time they met, it left a deep impression. This woman's figure, voice, and eyes were all top-notch. Jiang Wang couldn't deny his curiosity about the veil. He even had a vague expectation. And now, White Lotus asked him to take off her veil. There was no need to hesitate. Jiang Wang strode in, reached out, and gently took off the veil. Under the veil, it was a beautiful face mask. It was an exquisitely made and beautifully composed mask with a lotus flower pattern. It miraculously combined the two styles of holiness and strangeness. Ha 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 ha. White Lotus laughed so hard that her whole body was shaking. Jiang Wang's hand froze in the air, and then he withdrew it. I should have known, he thought. You can drink the soup, Jiang Wang said coldly. After being teased again, he angrily walked out of the cave. White Lotus's laughter didn't stop for a long time. Jiang Wang stood outside the cave and looked at the sky with a melancholy expression. In the cave, the black bear looked at his back with a melancholy expression. When the laughter finally stopped, gulp, poof! White Lotus roared, Jiang Wang, are you trying to kill this old lady here? It tastes even worse than it looks. Here, this is the jam I made myself. I used the sweetest wild fruits. The cleanest water was condensed using water elemental Taoist techniques, and the purest wood elemental vital energy nourished it. Then, I carefully controlled the fire and mixed it with my heart. Jiang Wang had a sincere expression on his face. Do you want to try again? White Lotus looked at the gaudy pile, and then looked at Jiang Wang with a sincere expression. Jiang Wang, I beg you, just pick wild fruits for me. I like to eat them raw, really. Seeing White Lotus's sincere expression, Jiang Wang felt refreshed. In Jiang Wang's memory, this was the first time White Lotus had ever given in to him. It was all because of his superb culinary skills. There was no harm in having more skills. The ancients didn't lie. He went out again and picked a large pile of wild fruit. White Lotus ate the fruits in the cave, and Jiang Wang continued to stand guard outside the cave. He looked at his 2 pots and felt a little awkward. Did they really taste that bad? The so-called pots were just larger stones with a hole in the middle. One pot of wild vegetable soup, the other pot of wild fruit jam. One pot was colorful, and the other pot was colorful. They competed with each other and complemented each other. He leaned closer to his cooking and hesitated for a moment. In the end, he didn't dare to take a bite. After all, White Lotus's performance was too pitiful. She didn't even scream like that when Ji Xian beat her up last night. However, Jiang Wang couldn't bear to throw it away just like that. After all, he had worked very hard and put in a lot of effort. It's too wasteful, Jiang Wang muttered. His gaze wandered aimlessly and landed on the black bear that was sitting obediently. You, come here. Jiang Wang waved at it. Jiang Wang had been gone for a long time. He was a disciple of the Tao Academy. He was talented, hard-working, and had a bright future. He had his own life, good friends, and an adorable sister. His life was originally peaceful and bright. White Lotus sat quietly in the cave, her eyes filled with disappointment. In fact, her body had recovered very well. The effect of the flesh rebirth soul return technique was extremely compatible. That was a secret technique that she had only heard of and had never mastered. It was a power that came from the abyss of the netherworld. This undoubtedly strengthened her judgment. However, she had a rare moment of hesitation. Was it because of that bowl of disgusting, wild vegetable soup? Or was she already prepared to welcome the sudden warm embrace when she was about to die? White Lotus couldn't tell. She wasn't a soft person, but she had unexpectedly pretended to be weak for a long time. She let out a long sigh. But everything had an end, just like last night. When the bone messenger appeared, White Lotus had already put on her black veil again. She looked like she was breathing slowly and didn't seem to be seriously injured. Outside the cave, there was a black bear that was foaming at the mouth and lying limp on the ground. It's just a wild beast. Just kill it. Why torture it? The bone messenger stood outside the cave and said, You're surprisingly kind. White Lotus leisurely walked out of the cave. It seems that the rumors are wrong. You're not injured. Of course, the bone messenger wouldn't care about a black bear that was foaming at the mouth. He just casually found a topic and continued, I was burning with anxiety when I got the news. Fortunately, I was worried for nothing. White Lotus automatically ignored the second half of his sentence and said softly, I don't know who wants my life so much. Not only does he know my whereabouts like the back of his hand, he even hooked up with Ji Xian. Aren't you afraid that I'll be captured alive and expose all the secrets of the organization? In short, it won't be me. If it were me, I wouldn't have come alone. Of course. If I die now, it won't do you any good. As for the future, I'm not sure. Look at what you're saying. No matter when you die, I'll be very sad. The bone messenger turned and walked out, carefully wiping away the branches that blocked the way. The two of them shuttled through the forest, stepping on the rustling leaves. The distance between them was very subtle. They seemed close, but they were also wary of each other. Of course, they could be teammates who fought side by side. They could be fellow disciples who fought for the same goal. But if they weren't careful, they would become the target of each other's devouring. It had to be said that this feeling of walking on the edge of a knife was the most familiar to White Lotus. Her steps became lighter and lighter. As she walked, she suddenly asked, Messenger, has anyone ever risked their life for you? Yes. The bone messenger didn't even turn his head. Those who want to kill me often risk their lives. That's true. White Lotus laughed softly. People like us. Chapter 105. In Dong A's courtyard. The third Tao vortex was about to be established. Jiang Wang wasn't worried about whether he could complete the first minor heavenly cycle. That was something that would happen naturally. He already had such confidence. However, he still had some doubts about the instant cast Tao techniques engraved after stepping into the heavenly cycle realm. This was the first instant cast Tao technique engraved by a cultivator. The impact of instant cast Tao techniques on a battle was almost decisive. Before one could completely dismantle the Tao technique itself, no matter how skilled or fast a Tao technique was, it would still take a few breaths of time. And in an intense battle, a single breath's time was enough to be fatal. Jiang Wang's Dharma artifact sword was precious because it was engraved with a golden light arrow. The golden light arrow wasn't powerful, but the sword's array pattern allowed it to achieve an almost instantaneous effect. It was useful in battle. However, the long cooldown time was also a drawback that couldn't be ignored. After completing the minor heavenly cycle, the heavenly palace could support him in engraving an instant cast Tao technique. Among the low-level Tao techniques he had learned in the Tao Academy, there weren't any that were satisfactory. They lacked an extremely practical Tao technique like the three-layered waves in Wangjiang City's Tao Academy. It was impossible for Dong A to devote his energy to the research and development of low-level Tao technique. Such things were often the results of the Tao Academy's own accumulation. Maplewood City's Tao Academy hadn't been established for long, and its foundation wasn't enough. Fire or wood Tao, which one do you prefer? Dong A asked. As a teacher, he naturally knew the direction Jiang Wang's cultivation path. Wood Tao techniques were usually more restrictive, while fire Tao techniques were more violent. Jiang Wang already had an idea. I hope my first instant cast Tao technique is fire. A more violent attack can better integrate into my current combat system. Dong A nodded. It just so happens that the Tao Academy has recently cracked a high-grade C Tao technique. He stretched out a finger and a spark jumped up. The spark was lively and lively. It twisted slightly and turned into a flame flower that bloomed on his fingertip. Although Dong A was most proficient in wood Tao techniques, a low-level fire Tao technique wasn't difficult for him. Jiang Wang could sense the intensity of this flame flower, even though it looked so quiet and gentle. Flame flower. Dong Ajai said, ever since Wu Guangliye created the city-burning flame blossoms Tao technique, people from all over the world have been trying to crack it. The National Academy only had a result not long ago. This flame flower came from the flame flower incineration. It's the best of the C-grade Taoist technique. Jiang Wang was very satisfied. He couldn't be more satisfied. Disregarding the existence of extraordinary talent, in a sense, C-grade Tao techniques were the upper limit of an 8th-stage heavenly cycle realm cultivator. This Tao technique was already a high-grade C-grade Tao technique. Furthermore, it was a flame flower, which was the foundation of the Tao technique, flame flower incineration. Master Dong, this is the Tao technique, Jiang Wang immediately said. Dong A took out a small booklet and tossed it to Jiang Wang. This is the seal formula. Oh, and some of my thoughts on this Tao technique. Take it back and read it yourself. I'll deduct all your remaining Tao points. It was only right that Tao merit points be deducted. The Tao Academy would teach some common Tao techniques for free. However, a Tao technique of the level of the flame flower was naturally out of the ordinary. Many people wanted to exchange for it, but it wasn't on the Tao merit list. The Tao Academy had just deciphered it. Currently, it was only circulated among experts of Dong A's level. Since she was willing to teach this Tao technique to Jiang Wang, it showed how much she valued it. After the incident at the Three Mountain City, Jiang Wang didn't have much Dao merit points left. This was a great advantage for him. Although Dong A was upright and often appeared to be unreasonable, her love for her disciple was genuine. Jiang Wang respectfully took the booklet and put it away. Logically speaking, he should have left since he had achieved his goal. But for some inexplicable reason, he sat down cross-legged once more. Master Dong, speak frankly. Do you know that there are humans who abduct aquatic creatures and extract their Dao meridians? Jiang Wang carefully observed Dong A's expression. Given his caution, he wouldn't ask such a question. However, during this period, Dong A had built up his trust in his heart. And then? Dong May didn't even raise her head. Don't you feel that this is hateful? Hateful? Dong A looked at him. Do you know that the aquatic creatures also devour humans? Do you want me to show you the files of the arrest department? Under Dong A's intense gaze, Jiang Wang felt nervous and hesitated for a moment. Sigh. Noticing Jiang Wang's nervousness, Dong A's gaze softened. We all know that these are only a few cases. Just like the humans themselves, there are also man-eating demons. Does this mean that all humans eat their own kind? His tone also calmed down. However, once anything involves two races, the problem isn't so simple. This kind of thing is hard to say. No matter how close the humans and the aquatic creatures are, they aren't a family. Jiang Wang braced himself and said, "The problem is now, it's not a few cases anymore. I found that the people of the arrest department." "Impudent!" Dong A shouted sternly. "Is this something you can say?" His expression was serious. Jiang Wang, remember this. The most important thing for you now is to cultivate well and build a perfect minor circulatory cycle. Then, take the county and national examinations. I don't care where you got the information from. These things aren't for you, a disciple of the Qingdao Academy, to worry about. Yes. Jiang Wang lowered his head and admitted his mistake. This disciple understands. It was still the same cave paved with white bones. The appointed time had passed, but the skeleton on the white bone throne still hadn't appeared. How much longer do we have to wait? Miaoyu was still dressed in red, but her expression was somewhat impatient. Let's disperse. The bone messenger said, Great Elder must be held back by something. He won't appear today. Keek. Today there was a skinny old man in the cave. His status was obviously not lower than the bone messenger and the saintess. He faced the direction of the bone throne and clasped his hands. He has the illusion of the gates of hell. What can hold him back? Isn't Great Elder making a big move in the Yun Kingdom? The bone messenger's voice carried a smile. What do you think is in the Cloud Kingdom, Second Elder? A saintess, a messenger, 3 great elders, and 12 bone faces. They represented the current high-level power of the White Bone Path. In terms of status, the saintess was the most superior. But in terms of strength, the current master of the White Bone Path was the Great Elder. The third elder sacrificed himself to create the illusion of the gates of hell. Now, if there was anyone in the sect who could contend with Great Elder, it would be the second elder. Keek. The second elder laughed eerily. Could it be that Yi Lingxiao has come out of seclusion? I haven't seen him fight for some years. I don't know if his bones are rusty now. Then second elder might as well go and take a look. Miaoyu smiled and retorted. Then, she flicked her long sleeve. Since Great Elder can't come, I'll take my leave first. What's the hurry, saintess? The second elder turned his head with a smile. In his eyes, there was only the white of his eyes. Miaoyu smiled like a flower. I'm in a hurry to go back and interrogate the mole. Oh! The second elder waved his hand and laughed strangely. Go. The white bone emissary hurried a few steps and caught up with Miaoyu. He said very intimately. He even asked if Yi Lingxiao's bones are rusty. Yi Lingxiao is much younger than him. This old fart, he's talking as if they've fought before. Who doesn't know that when Yi Lingxiao traveled the world, his master and senior brothers were all killed. He only escaped by pretending to be dead. He then changed the topic. But you're right. If he wants to brag, let him brag. Why bother with a bunch of old bones? Miao Yu glanced at him. Why are you like those gossipy old women, talking so much? Also, don't come so close to me. We're not familiar. Oh Miao Yu. You've changed. You didn't treat me like this in the past. You've forgotten your old love when you have a new one. The white bone emissary leaned closer and said in a low voice, Have you found the Daozi? Miao Yu suddenly turned back. The white bone emissary jumped far away and was on guard. Miao Yu smiled coquettishly. I want to treat you better, in any way. But do you dare to accept it? Her charming eyes were seductive and her voice was soft. The white bone emissary clapped his hands. Now it's the right taste. Hide your little lover well. Don't let anyone find out, he smiled and said. Then, he fell backward and disappeared into the cave. Chapter 106. Today, I suddenly received a message from the website informing me that the Red Heart survey will be published tomorrow. I immediately went to the editor and talked a lot of nonsense about working hard and dreaming. Only then did I adjust it to next week. Yes, it will be published next week. The word count is up and I have to publish it. I really can't imagine what kind of subscription results a 629 bookmark can get. Since I signed the contract, there have only been 2 unpopular recommendations. I asked the editor, why don't you think highly of my book? In terms of structure and setting, I wrote tens of thousands of words of setting and plot line. It will not collapse in the later stages. In terms of writing, I don't lose to anyone. In terms of content, many readers are genuinely moved. In terms of diligence, I have never stopped updating for a day. In terms of data, I have more than 600 bookmarks and almost 3,000 recommendation vote. I'm quite satisfied. I also have more than 40 genuine rewards, such as Guild Master and Branch Master. These are all real data. I'll be struck by lightning if I spend $1 for a recommendation. Isn't it better than those bookmarks? The editor said, when you publish the recommendations, the statistics are too poor. Xianxia recommendations are indeed very tight now. Okay. I understand. I don't mean to blame anyone. The editor has no obligation to do anything for the author. But it's hard to calm down. Am I not hard-working enough? Not sincere enough? After writing 4,000 words a day, my entire spirit is hollowed out. The pace is too slow. Can I write slowly? Can I write more free chapters for the readers? Without recommendations, can I rely on word of mouth to accumulate readers bit by bit? I don't think so. I have to publish it. I don't know what to say. Some readers say that I write web novels for the sake of making money. I don't even need to think about it. I just need to publish it. Isn't it faster than writing this to make money? The only difference between web novels and physical novels is the platform. That's all. I write novels with the same heart and sincerity. I don't know why it's like this. There are too many blows. Too many people have hit me. Too many things have hit me. I'm not invulnerable. I don't have the Kuan skin drum. I'm really disappointed, depressed, and self-doubting. Am I really not suitable to write web novels? I strive to build a real world, and I put a lot of brush strokes on small characters. Is it really inappropriate? I wrote about every person, every city, and even every country. They all had their own style and temperament, and they were all different. Was it a waste of effort? I've designed a different combat system for each person, striving to match the character's temperament. Isn't that just drawing legs on a snake? I pursued logical consistency and a complete plot. I didn't want to be brainless. Was I wrong? I had no answer. But everything in front of me seemed to be forcing the answer to me. I flipped through my novel again. I have a document called Red Heart Survey Plot Flower. It contains all kinds of plot segments, more than 10,000 words. Write your name and cross it out. Move back those who are writing away. Put what you're about to write in front. Constant additions and deletions were added. I have a document for the Red Heart Survey Granary. It contains various settings and structures. Just copying a table of contents should be enough to see the effort I've put into it. Detailed explanation of the Great Illusionary Land, detailed explanation of the Tao Meridian System, cultivation, Xing Realm, Taoist technique levels and representative Taoist techniques, formations, formation patterns, divine powers, Tao Merit System, Water Clan, demon beasts, ferocious beasts, wild beasts, cultivation technique records, divine weapons records, treasure records, wondrous items records, currency records, map chapters with approximate power, country, and sect. There's also the timeline from the ancient era, the middle era, and the modern era, the background of the plot, the important historical nodes, and the changing process of the times. It continues until the present world, where the story of the Red Heart Survey begins. I've completed these settings as if I'm writing a thesis. Is there no meaning? Isn't the complete world they've built magnificent? Can't the feelings I've invested in this world move the readers? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't have any recommendations. Let's see if the updates can increase my collection before it's published. I'll start from now until it's published next week. Every time it increases by 100, I'll add a new chapter. I'll add until I run out of chapters. I have at least 10 chapters that I can add. Maybe it's not that useful. I'm just trying my best to do my best. I'll stop here. I'll definitely finish writing this story. I won't let down any readers who've been following this novel. Let the story of the Red Heart Survey begin with a red heart and end with a red heart. How so? December 5, 2019. Chapter 107. Miaoyu left with a charming smile on her face. The Bone Messenger was a very complicated person. Although they had known each other for a long time, she couldn't see through him. His behavior today was probably to test whether she had discovered Daozi. It was also possible that he was reminding her to pay attention to her state and not expose the fact that she had discovered Daozi. Everyone had gathered on the White Bone Path for a common goal, but before that final goal was reached, everyone had their own little plans. As for the second elder, his behavior was much more obvious. He didn't care about the results of Miaoyu's interrogation. Maybe he had nothing to do with Ji Xian's incident, or maybe he knew that Miaoyu wouldn't be able to get anything out of him. She didn't need to guess what this cunning old thing was thinking. She would only be misled and couldn't guess at all. There weren't many people in charge of the kidnapping of the Water Clan. Miaoyu didn't tell anyone that she would appear on the shore of Qing River. Those who could guess this must be very familiar with her. She didn't know who the person who was secretly passing on the message was. It was meaningless to interrogate them one by one because they might really know nothing. She was very worried that Daozi's matter would be exposed. After escaping death, she couldn't help but express this anxiety. But now the Bone Messenger obviously had some guesses. The second elder wasn't a fool. After Daozi was born, he couldn't be awakened immediately. On the contrary, he would be bound by everything he experienced after being born, and then there would be a long process of breaking free and awakening. Before that, Daozi wasn't strong. What determined his combat power was only his cultivation after being born. This also meant that Daozi was likely to be destroyed or replaced before he was awakened. This was the reason why Miaoyu acted in secret, especially after the first elder obviously didn't pay enough attention to finding Daozi. As a saint and the destined Tao companion of Daozi, what she wanted to do was to speed up the process of Daozi's awakening. Therefore, after confirming that Jiang Wang was Daozi, she arranged 3 things. 3 things meant 3 choices. She wanted to shake and even destroy Jiang Wang's existing moral values, and then help him find himself. The first thing made him think about the country and the imperial court. The second thing made him think about the relationship between the human race and the Water Clan, and the human race itself. The third thing could only be postponed. Something happened to the first elder in the Yun nation, and they temporarily lost contact. The second elder and the Bone Envoy's attitudes were unclear. Perhaps now was not a good time. After all, it was too dangerous now, she thought. She went back to her room uneasily. So much so that she had forgotten that she had never been someone who was afraid of danger. When he was very young, his father had told Jiang Wang that the Aqua Clan were people who lived in the water. Just like human beings, they had their own thoughts and emotions, their own family and friends, and their own love and hate. In fact, this was the consensus of everyone. This consensus didn't come out of nowhere. Instead, it came from the cooperation between the humankind and the water kind over the past tens of thousands of years, and the efforts of countless talented and intelligent people from the two races. Now, someone was secretly abducting the water tribe and extracting their Tao meridians to refine meridian unlocking pills. It was just like how humans could extract the Tao meridians of cultivators in order to obtain the perfect meridian unlocking pill. This made Jiang Wang feel that this world was chaotic and absurd. Do you think this kind of thing doesn't happen? Zhao Ruqing's handsome face was red, and his speech became more and more casual. It was already late at night, and Jiang Anan was already asleep. After Jiang Wang finished cultivating, he still couldn't sleep, so he went out in the middle of the night to find Ling He and Zhao Ruqing. The three brothers gathered at Zhao Ruqing's house to drink, and their eyes were hazy from drinking. When it came to the things in their hearts, Zhao Ruqing, who was the youngest, was the most dismissive. There are many people who eat humans, and Xiongwan is only one of them. He laughed with the smell of alcohol. Do you think? It's just that many people don't eat humans so directly. They eat in a different way, and you think there are very few people who eat humans. Third brother, you're too naive. Your third brother is not naive. Ling He also drank a lot, but even if he was drunk, he wouldn't let himself be unrestrained. He half leaned on the chair, took a deep breath, and said, "He has something he believes in." "What about you, my big brother, what do you believe in?" Zhao Ruqing patted his knee and said with a grin, "You're so young, but you're always like a kind old man. Why do you do that?" "I believe that human nature is good. I believe that no one really wants to eat humans. Most of the time they have no choice. If they have a choice, they won't do that. I'm sure everyone wants to stand in the sun clean." Third brother is a little naive. You're stupid. Zhao Ruqing was a little unsteady in his seat, so he simply put his hand on the armrest and shook his hand forcefully. Don't give that kind of person a chance. Jiang Wang leaned on the table and drank another glass of alcohol. The smell of alcohol rose to his face, and he narrowed his eyes. Boss is the kind of person who doesn't have any bad intentions towards others. There are many things that he would never do, and then he would think that others wouldn't do that either. People's hearts are made of flesh. Perhaps it was because he had drunk too much, but Ling He seemed a little stubborn tonight. Or it could be said that he was actually a stubborn person, but he didn't want to argue when he was sober. Some people's flesh is rotten when they have ulcers. They're good before they have ulcers. No, no, no. Some people's hearts aren't made of flesh, they're made of rotten ulcers. Nonsense, little five. Rotten ulcers can't grow into a person's heart. Ling He was really drunk. When they were together, they hadn't called him little five for a long time. Zhao Ruqing laughed mischievously. Not everyone is human, my silly brother. That doesn't mean that everyone isn't human. Jiang Wang, who was watching the battle, accurately grasped the loophole and said very confidently, "People are human because most people are human. Otherwise, why don't we call ourselves ghosts?" He raised his right hand drunkenly. So I declare. Boss is right. Ling He grinned, and his smile was very naive and satisfied. Screw him. Zhao Ruqing turned over and leaned back on the chair. In this broken place, I don't care who lives and who dies. Other than you guys, there's also Tiger. He suddenly cried. Whoa. And Fang Pengjiu. King Fang Pengjiu. Usually, Fang Pengjiu was the one who showed the most disdain. Only when he had let go of everything and was dead drunk would he say such words. Jiang Wang shakily poured himself another glass of wine and shook it. To that King Fang Pengjiu. Then, he drank it in one gulp. Zhao Ruqing cried a few times, then stopped crying. Instead, he said angrily, Tiger has been in Zhejiang for so long, and he hasn't sent us a letter. He's also a King dog. Yes, another King dog. Ling He was half drunk and half awake. He suddenly corrected them. It's Tiger's King dog. Uncle Deng was leaning outside the door with his hands in his sleeves. Listening to the voices in the room, he sighed and said, They're all still children. The night wind blew past his sleeves, and a drop of blood fell silently. But before it landed, it was caught by some kind of force and disappeared. Chapter 108. Jiang Wang and the others drank a lot of wine. They deliberately controlled their Tao energy and drank themselves into a drunken stupor. After a messy chat, they didn't solve any practical problems. They couldn't even remember what they said the next day. They only vaguely felt like they were scolding Du Yehu together. However, everyone felt much better in their hearts. Coincidentally, after they scolded Du Yehu the night before, the person who delivered the letter arrived in Maplewood City the next day. They had some sort of telepathic connection. The person who delivered the letter was a silly little soldier. He went to the Tao Academy to find Ling He first. Ling He was shocked when he saw that the person didn't see the letter. He almost cried on the spot. Later, he found out that the little soldier was delivering a message. It wasn't about compensation or anything like that. However, the other party said that this message could only be delivered when all three of them were present. Ling He had no choice but to take the little soldier with him and pull the two hungover guys up. Finally, they met at Jiang Wang's house. Is that okay? Read it. What kind of message is it? It's so fancy. Zhao Ruqing yawned and asked impatiently. He always had a bad temper when he woke up. At this moment, he was full of resentment toward Du Yehu. Jiang An was sent to school by Tang Dun. Jiang Wang was slowly guiding a thin stream of water to brush his teeth. The little soldier looked at him and whispered, Master Du said that the three of you have to listen obediently. How shameless! I'm not listening anymore. Zhao Ruqing was furious. He turned around and was about to leave. Ling He grabbed him and tried to be the peacemaker. Listen to what ivory is coming out of your mouth. It won't be too late to leave. Pft, cough, cough, cough. Jiang Wang choked on a mouthful of water. Even an honest person like Ling He couldn't help but make a sarcastic remark. It was clear how much Du Yehu needed to be taught a lesson. His curiosity was piqued. He stopped brushing his teeth and casually called 3 chairs over. He placed them in the courtyard and sat down in the middle. Ling He pulled Zhao Ruqing and sat down together with him. Okay, we're very well behaved. Zhao Ruqing was still indignant. If he has something to say, he can just write a letter. Why did he have to send someone over? Was he promoted? Is your throat itchy? The little soldier cowered and said, Du Yi said that writing letters is not satisfying, some feelings are not enough to be expressed in words. He asked me to make a trip there and tell him that I must convey his message to him. If you can't read, so be it. What are you blowing? Alright. Go ahead and pass the message. Jiang Wang hurriedly interrupted Zhao Ruqing and asked the pawn to continue. The pawn cleared his throat twice, then imitated Du Yehu's voice and said in a rough voice, "Listen up, Brother Hu." Brother Tiger had successfully broken through the path of Qi and blood, and had now completed the minor heavenly cycle. It has been 20 years since a genius like me has appeared in the Nine Rivers' profound armor. Brother Hu was already a military officer, and his position was only half a rank lower than Zhao Lang's. However, the Nine Rivers' profound armor is 2, 3, 4 times stronger than the Maplewood City's City Guard army. You can do the math yourselves. At this point, the pawn stretched out his hand and touched Zhao Ruqing's head tentatively. Before Zhao Ruqing could flare up, he quickly explained, "Master Hu told me to pat you on the head when I said this." Of course, he did not dare to say that Du Yehu's original words were, "Give that pretty boy a slap on the head." "Ruqing, I'm not worried about those two, but you're such a lazy bum. The gap between you and your brother Hu is getting bigger and bigger. What are you going to do?" The pawn continued to imitate, "All right, you won't remember if I say too much. That's all. Oh right, my little sister and must be missing me. Tell her not to miss me too much. Brother Hu will make a trip home on New Year's Eve. Bring her a gift. That's all." After the pawn finished reciting, he let out a long sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. He had an expression that said, "I didn't miss a single word. Come and praise me." Jiang Wang and the others looked at each other and saw the word "silly" in each other's eyes. Zhao Ruqing coughed lightly and said to the pawn, "What's your name?" The pawn replied loudly, "My name is Zhao Erding. I'm a pawn under Master Du. I'm going home to visit my family, so Master Du asked me to pass on a message." "How many pawns do you have under Master Du?" "3. Zhao Erding shuddered. "Master Du didn't allow me to say. Looks like there are only 3. Zhao Ruqing touched his chin. "All right, you've done well. You're a qualified lackey. Be careful on the way back." Ling He was generous, and even wanted to ask him to stay for a meal. However, Zhao Erding felt that he had let the cat out of the bag and ran away. No matter what, it looked like Tiger Du was doing well in Zhejiang, even if the way he sent the message was a little infuriating. In the end, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Ling He got up and returned to the academy to cultivate. He had finished laying his foundation and was now trying to construct his own mini-circulatory cycle. Zhao Ruqing yawned and walked into the bedroom. "Third brother, I'm going to your bed to sleep." In the dark cave, the situation was tragic. Corpses were piled up everywhere, and the smell of blood was pungent. The smell drilled into the bottom of one's heart, making one's hair stand on end and scalp tingle. Fong Helling knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. "Spare my life, I'm useful to you, very useful." This time, he had been hunting down 2 heretical demons with his seniors and juniors from the academy. Everything had gone smoothly at first, but after a while they realized it was a trap. They had been surrounded. His seniors and juniors had been killed almost instantly. He had reacted quickly and knelt down to beg for mercy. That was how he had managed to survive. The shadowy figure surrounded him, but no one spoke. They all looked at him coldly. Fong Helling's body trembled as he tossed out his chips. "No matter who you are, no matter what you want to do, I'll help you. I'm the legitimate son of the Fong family in Maplewood City. My father has the final say in the entire Fong family." Following this voice, Fong Helling saw a figure sitting on a rock in front of him with his back facing him. He turned around. The white bone mask on his face was faintly emitting a pale white light. In the dark cave, the pair of eyes that only revealed a sharp light were particularly scary. "What other use do you have?" the person wearing the bone mask asked. I'm on good terms with many geniuses in the academy. Zhang Linchuan. Zhang Linchuan is my brother. He's also from the 3 major surnames. We have a good relationship." Fong Helling racked his brains and quickly found his chip. He seemed to have heard the masked man's laughter, but he wasn't too sure. What else? There's also Shin Nanchi. He's ranked 5th on Maplewood City's Dow Merit list. He's been taking me on missions. Are you familiar with Zhu Wei? I've seen him. Fong Helling wasn't stupid. He knew that if he told a lie that could be easily exposed at this time, he would lose his last chance to survive. So he said, I've only seen him, but a person like senior brother Zhu can't be controlled. I'll listen, I'll cooperate. And he's already gone to Xianan. The person wearing the bone mask didn't comment. Then he suddenly asked, Can you make decisions for the Fong family? Fong Helling was stunned for a moment before he immediately said, Yes, absolutely. I'm my father's only son. Very good, the masked man said. Then a person walked up and stuffed a white thing into Fong Helling's mouth. Fong Helling didn't dare to hesitate and swallowed it directly. I'll contact you if there's anything. The masked man stood up and walked into the cave. It wasn't until the people around him had all disappeared that Fong Helling finally confirmed that he had survived. After a long period of silence, he finally walked out of the gloomy cave and saw the light of day again. He supported his weak knees and took 2 deep breaths. Then he walked in the direction of Maplewood City. Chapter 109. Zhao Ruqing only woke up in the afternoon. He squirmed uncomfortably and planned to go back to sleep. However, he felt like he had overlooked something. Last night, did he smell a faint sweet and fishy smell? He leaped up, threw his clothes on, and hurried out. When he passed by the yard and saw Jiang Wang practicing his swordsmanship, he blurted out, "Third brother, you should change your bedding. It's uncomfortable." Before Jiang Wang could answer, he was already gone. "Hey!" Jiang Wang called out, but he couldn't stop her. He was a little confused. "I just changed my bedding earlier this month." He kept his sword and went to the bedroom. He searched the bed for a long time but did not find anything. In the end, he lifted the bedding and saw a small piece of sawdust on the bedboard. He got hit by this sawdust even though there are 2 mattresses between them? Maybe this is what a rich family is like. The cloud crane of Lingxiao Pavilion did not fly around in the air like a carrier pigeon. In fact, it had always been in the clouds, blending in with the sea of clouds. The power of Taoist magic traveled through the clouds with information. It was only when it was close to the target that a cloud was pulled out temporarily and turned into a cloud crane that descended. Before that, it was difficult to decipher the information even if the power was captured. It would only be a dissipated energy. Therefore, the cloud crane's message was a very safe method. Yi Qingyu's letters were usually sent at night when the sky was not completely dark yet. This letter came a few days late, and he didn't know what it was that delayed it. The cloud crane flew in through the window. Jiang Wang reached out to catch it, but the cloud crane made a detour and flew to Jiang Anan. "The letter is for me." Jiang Anan giggled and put down the copybook she was writing, grabbing the cloud crane that had turned into Yunjian and a photostone in her small hand. "Yes, it's for you." Jiang Wang smiled indulgently and moved closer to take a look. Jiang Anan suddenly grabbed the letter and ran out. "I'm not showing it to you." Jiang Anan stayed in the bedroom for a long time before she returned to the study. "Where's the cloud crane?" I wrote a reply and flew back. Jiang Wang, who was reading the Taoist scriptures, turned his head and said, "Brother hasn't written it yet." Jiang Anan glared at him proudly. "This letter was written for me. It has nothing to do with you." Back then, she had only added a greeting to the letter. It had only been a short while, but he had already succeeded in replacing Jiang Wang as his pen pal. Jiang Anan took out another cute little cloud crane and showed off. "Big Sister Qingyu even gave me a little cloud crane. If I miss her in the future, I can write to her directly." The messenger cloud crane was not a simple cloud beast. It could find the recipient and ensure the safety of the letter. It was truly a wonderful artifact. Haven't you seen the Grand Duyehu, Master Du, boasting so much, yet he could only command a silly little pawn to run back and forth and dictate? He had never even seen a miraculous creature like the cloud crane, let alone possess one. Of course, neither did Jiang Wang. Okay. Jiang Wang said sourly, if there are words you don't recognize in the letter, or words you don't know how to write in the reply, don't come looking for me. Humph. Jiang Anan proudly pointed at the copybook on the small desk and said, I can recognize all the words on these copybooks. Amazing, amazing. Jiang Wang weakly brushed her off and continued reading his Taoist scriptures. I'll buy you new ones tomorrow. I'll buy 20. He shouted silently in his heart. Anan also picked up a small brush and obediently looked at the copybook. Jiang Wang turned a page and suddenly remembered Du Yehu's message during the day. He pretended to ask casually, Anan, do you sometimes think of someone? Someone about the same age as me. He's been gone for a while. Who? No one. Sister Anan must miss you a lot. And? Tiger Du? 3 Fragrance Restaurant. In Miaoyu's room, the head of the Fong family, Fong Zihu, was sitting upright on a chair and sniffing the fragrant tea. What do you think, Squire Fong? Miaoyu asked softly. Fong Zihu sniffed for a while and put down the teacup. Not very good. He seemed to be evaluating the tea. If you have any conditions, you can state them. Miaoyu was not annoyed and still smiled sweetly. No conditions. Fong Zihu got up and dusted his gown. It's not something I can touch. I won't touch it. The outside world said that he was obsessed with beauty and bowed down to Miaoyu's pomegranate skirt. Who would have thought that in Miaoyu's boudoir, he would act so bluntly? Squire Fong, have you forgotten how the Yun Nation's trade route came about? Fong Zihu stopped and chuckled. Regarding the Yun Nation's trade route, I'm very grateful for the help of 3 Fragrance Restaurant. But business is business. I didn't pay a cent less. We've settled the money and goods and don't owe each other anything. The dignified 3 Fragrance Restaurant won't go so far as to use this matter to make things difficult for me, right? Of course not. If Squire Fong insists on not agreeing, then we won't force you. Many thanks for Miss Miaoyu's understanding, Fong Zihu said and sighed. It's not that I don't want to help Miss, but the situation in the Yun Nation is so tense. No one dares to bring people out of the country. No matter who that person is, the risk is too great. Miaoyu smiled charmingly. Squire Fong, you don't need to say more. Miaoyu understands. Miss Miaoyu is deeply righteous and has an extraordinary bearing. This Fong will take his leave first. I'll disturb you next time. Fong Zihu cupped his hands and left. Looking at the closed door, Miaoyu smiled. If it's really 3 Fragrance Restaurant who made a deal with you, of course, you've settled the money and goods and don't owe each other anything. But the one who helped you is by Gu Dao. How can you clean it up? Full Moon Restaurant in a secret room. Fong Helling asked with his hands behind his back. Have the people been arranged? The steward standing below him bowed his head and replied, The arrangements have been made. But young master, now. Fong Helling waved his hand and interrupted him. Just do as I say. I'll take charge of this matter. The steward had been in the Fong family for more than 10 years. Of course, he knew how important Fong Helling was in Fong Zihu's heart. But this matter was of great importance, so he couldn't help but reveal a troubled expression. It's not easy for us to open up this trade route. No one knows what a person of unknown origin has done. If the Yun Nation finds out, our business will be over. With Fong Pingju's death, the future of the Fong family was not as promising as the other 2 families. In addition, the Heart-Devourer demon had broken the ancestral protection array and killed the strong pillar of the family. The entire Fong family's prestige was now on the verge of collapse. It could even be said that more than half of it was supported by the exclusive trade route with the Yun Nation. Therefore, the Fong family could not take the risk. But the person in charge of the Fong family now was Fong Zi. The title of the family head was just waiting for the sickly old family head to die. Fong Helling was Fong Zihu's legitimate son and the future family head. He was also cultivating in the Qing Dao Academy. His words and orders were irresistible to the steward. Because he was pressed so tightly, he didn't even have the chance to report to Fong Zihu. To you, his origin is unknown, but to me, it's clear. You can rest assured that if there are any problems, I'll take responsibility. Fong Helling dismissed the steward with a few words and then left the secret room. Soon, he walked into a private room and heard the sound of toasting. He was here today to entertain his fellow disciples and didn't know anything. If something really happened, it couldn't be blamed on him. Chapter 110. Within the great illusionary realm, Jiang Wang drove the Sword Discourse Arena straight into the Milky Way. When the two Sword Discourse Arenas met, the scenery changed. It was still the same square room, simple and spacious. It was still Dugu Wudi and Zhen Wudi. Long time no see, brother Dugu. Fatty Zhen appeared to be in high spirits. As soon as he finished speaking, he was swept away by a whirlwind, avoiding Jiang Wang's sword light. Aya, why did you attack as soon as you came up? Aren't you going to catch up? Fatty Zhen's mouth didn't stop moving, but neither did his hands. Two wind blades forced Jiang Wang back, then spikes shot out from the ground and coiled around vines. Jiang Wang brandished his sword, breaking through the wind, shattering the spikes. Forward. Cutting the vines. Forward. The killing technique of the east-rising purple chi sword was infused into every single move. Jiang Wang continued to press forward, not stopping even for a single breath. The arena was very spacious, but Zhen Wudi couldn't keep retreating. In particular, Jiang Wang deliberately suppressed him, forcing him into a corner and sealing off his movements. Fatty Zhen was shocked to discover that his opponent had become very proficient in dealing with his dazzling Dao technique. No matter how many strange moves he used, he was still trapped step by step. With no other choice, he began to release his strength. His fingers moved rapidly, forming hand seals so fast that they almost left afterimages. Every single one of his Dao techniques was completed in half a breath, achieving the effect of pseudo-instantaneous. 3 arrows of golden light opened up a path for Jiang Wang to dodge, but another row of wind blades came slashing at him. Jiang Wang's sword surged with purple chi, sweeping away the power of his Dao techniques. Fatty Zhen, on the other hand, had already jumped out of his predicament. His pseudo-instantaneous state couldn't be maintained for long, otherwise he would have been able to defeat Jiang Wang with a full set of attacks. But it was enough for him to escape. However, as soon as he jumped out, he was greeted by 2 extremely agile vine snakes. In fact, Jiang Wang's Dao techniques had never been weak. His mastery of the Azure Dragon chapter of the 4 Spirits Body Tempering Mantra allowed him to be especially close to the wood elemental energy. His control over wood elemental techniques had increased by at least 30%. However, in the previous battle, Jiang Wang realized that his speed of forming hand seals was 1 to 2 breaths slower than this fatty's. Therefore, he was very cautious when using Dao technique. He had been holding back all along, waiting for the most crucial moment. When Zhen Wudi's pseudo-instant cast state disappeared, he thought he was free. Not only were the 2 rattan snakes blocking his path, the angle of their attack was also tricky and vicious, making it difficult for him to dodge. Behind him, Jiang Wang once again drew his sword and caught up. I thought I found a fat sheep. Sure enough, everyone who appears in this lousy place is a monster. At such a critical moment, Zhen Wudi hurriedly mumbled. He condensed a water shield in the air to meet Jiang Wang's sword. His fat body didn't affect his agility in the slightest. He actually reached out and grabbed a rattan snake, then slammed it into the other rattan snake. Jiang Wang had already suffered from the heavy water shield. Of course, he wouldn't make the same mistake again. He lowered his sword and charged forward, passing under Zhen Wudi's body. Then, he raised his sword from behind. Zhen Wudi had just finished dealing with the rattan snake. His fat hand pressed down, sending a fireball straight at Jiang Wang. The sword cut horizontally. Jiang Wang wanted to cut the fireball in half, not giving Zhen Wudi another chance to escape. However, his sword was incomparably heavy. What bullshit heavy water shield. It turned out to be a lie. Zhen Wudi's secret technique wasn't the heavy water shield, but the ability to compress gravity onto any Dao technique. At least, this fireball was like that. Boom. A shockwave exploded. Jiang Wang couldn't dodge in time and was instantly turned to ash. Zhen Wudi sat on the ground, wiping his sweat. Damn, I almost lost this time. The opponent has rejected the challenge. In the blessed land, Jiang Wang felt his teeth itch. He'd just forced the fatty to use his trump card. Just as he was about to wipe away his previous humiliation, he didn't expect the damn fatty to still have a trump card. But even so, after reviewing the battle just now, Jiang Wang believed that he still had a chance of winning. Most importantly, he'd been a bit impatient at the last moment. If he'd continued to use pressure tactics and not given Zhen Wudi a chance, he might not have lost. The loss of 20 merit points was painful. Now, he only had 3,340 points left. The most hateful thing was that he'd immediately asked for a rematch, but the fatty had refused. The fat paper crane flew over, writing, "Brother Dugu, today's fun is over. Let's fight another day. What happened to sparring when you're free?" When he wasn't in the great illusionary realm, the fatty would send a paper crane every day. He had only fought one battle today, and he was already done with it? Jiang Wang replied, "Shameless. Zhen Wudi, why are you cursing? Dugu Wudi, if you don't agree, let's fight." Zhen Wudi, I won't fall for your provocation. Jiang Wang couldn't be bothered to reply. He replayed the entire battle in his mind, looking for where he'd made a mistake to avoid making the same mistake again. This had always been his habit. It was also one of the reasons he'd improved so quickly. Zhen Wudi, why aren't you talking? Zhen Wudi, Brother Dugu? Zhen Wudi invites you to enter the Milky Way. Accept or decline. Jiang Wang thought about it, and out of curiosity about the Star River space, he chose to agree. The Sword Discourse Arena activated. The environment changed. Jiang Wang appeared in a small pavilion. The pavilion was suspended in the void. From afar, the Milky Way hung upside down. Up close, the sky was filled with stars. Occasionally, shooting stars would streak past on both sides. It was magnificent. The pavilion's interior was extremely shabby. There was only one stone table and 2 stone chairs. Fatty Zhen's fat was piled up on one of the chairs. Hey, don't fight. This isn't a place for sword discussions. He waved his hand. Jiang Wang looked left and right. He didn't say anything. Zhen Wudi grumbled. Did I spend 10 points on such a lousy place? I earned it for free. Jiang Wang's eyelids twitched. The 10 points the fatty earned were his. Cough. Zhen Wudi changed the topic. He said confidently, "After the battle just now, I'm sure you know who I am." He didn't want to reveal his identity in the great illusionary land. But in the battle just now, he couldn't help but reveal his first trump card. Because he'd already revealed one, he immediately revealed a second one. This made it impossible to hide his identity. His family's secret arts were too famous. Of course, this was only Zhen Wudi's idea. In fact, Jiang Wang didn't know who he was. "Ah, so you're..." "Yes, I am." Zhen Wudi waited for a long time before realizing that Jiang Wang didn't continue. He could only chuckle. "You know." Jiang Wang didn't understand at all. "Why did you call me here?" he asked. Brother Dugu, don't you think the great illusionary land is too boring? Every time you come in, there's only a small room 3 steps wide. Besides fighting, there's only fighting. Deducing, the effort is pitifully little. I've contributed many techniques to accumulate just a little bit. Fighting, there are so many perverts. Zhen Wudi looked like he had been holding a grudge for a long time. You're the first person to reply so many letters to me, so I invited you over for a chat and to make friends. Zhen Wudi looked left and right. When the Hongmeng space opens up, it'll be much more convenient to find a place to chat. There's no need to waste effort. In terms of understanding of the great illusionary land, Jiang Wang naturally couldn't compare to the fatty in front of him. Because his key was picked up, the great illusionary land didn't have a place for him. From Zhen Wudi's words, Jiang Wang obtained a lot of information. One was someone like Zhen Wudi, whose base in the great illusionary land was only a small room 3 steps wide. He was different. He had a blessed land. Although his ranking was getting lower and lower, the second was that it turned out that one could reverse the process by contributing techniques to the great illusionary land. The third was that the Hongmeng space would open up after the great illusionary land. It should be a place similar to a public space. Moreover, one didn't need to waste effort to enter. It was obviously to encourage interaction. Under what circumstances would there be a need to open up such a space? Jiang Wang could only think of one possibility: the number of people in the great illusionary land would increase. Perhaps one day, the great illusionary land would open up to all cultivators. And Jiang Wang, who had already experienced the benefits of the great illusionary land, could completely imagine it. What kind of mighty revolution and flood of humanity would that be? Perhaps it would directly change the entire transcendence structure of the modern world. Chapter 111. When will the Hongmeng space be opened? Jiang Wang asked. Zhen Wudi pursed his lips. They said the great illusionary land wouldn't appear for at least 100 years. Who can say for sure the exact time? Jiang Wang nodded thoughtfully. Perhaps the great illusionary land wasn't a secret to some people. The ignorance of humans was often due to their low standing. Just like those ordinary people who couldn't transcend, they probably wouldn't know the secrets of vicious beasts in their lifetime. What he needed to do was become stronger as soon as possible. In order to welcome the boundless future that contained countless opportunities, as well as the countless challenges that were bound to come. Brother Dugu, we're friends from now on, right? Fatty Zhen tried to put his arm around Jiang Wang's shoulder, but Jiang Wang avoided him. Brother Zhen, if you have something to say, just say it. Hehehe. Zhen Wudi laughed vulgarly. I just sparred with you and used the Chongxian clan's secret technique. Don't tell anyone you meet in the future. So he came from a Chongxian clan. This clan seemed to be quite famous. Jiang Wang thought. In fact, when he reviewed the battle, he'd already discovered that the heavy water shield was a lie. Zhen Wudi's secret technique wasn't to condense heavy water, but to add gravity to Dao techniques. For example, the water shield in the first battle, and the fireball that killed him in the second. This secret technique was so powerful that it wasn't hard to understand if a clan became famous because of it. If Brother Zhen doesn't want to, I won't say anything, Jiang Wang said. However, you have to fight a few more rounds with me. Zhen Wudi's face was first happy, then bitter. He couldn't help but advise. What's the point of being a hero in the pulse-wandering realm? In this realm, the most important thing for us is to complete the 3 talents and lay a solid foundation for our future Dao. Dao techniques are a protective measure, while the Dao path is the core. You're right, but I won't listen to you. Zhen Wudi's fat face twitched. Even if you beat me, you can't be a hero in the pulse-wandering realm. I didn't even make it into the top 100. It's fine as long as I beat you. Brother Dugu's vengeful heart, Brother Zhen. Jiang Wang said seriously, in any case, you've already exposed yourself in front of me, so you can use your secret technique without any scruples. It's not like when you're fighting with others, where you have to be secretive. Why wouldn't you be happy to have me as your training partner? The battle between Dugawudi and Zhenwudi in the great illusionary realm began, but in the real world, it wasn't calm either. Recently, Li Jianxiu had risen to fame in the County Dao College. He was the most eye-catching figure among the new students. His combat system was analyzed by everyone. It turned out that he mainly cultivated the Dao sword arts. Maplewood City's Dao College did not have such a technique, so he did not know where it came from. Wang Yichue was not to be outdone either. The reputation of Maplewood City's Dao Academy rose steadily. As for the people of Maplewood City, they were closer to Wang Zhangxiang. Li Jianxiu had always kept a low profile. Ever since he entered the County Dao Academy, he had been cultivating diligently. He had nothing to worry about in Maplewood City, so he almost never came back. Wang Zhangxiang, on the other hand, would return to the clan every now and then. He was very popular with the villagers. Ouyang Lai, the leader of the heterodox path, had reappeared in the human world. He had suppressed Yun City with the Phantom of Hell's Gate and defeated several elders. He was ferocious and threatened to take control of Yun City. Anyone who did not comply would die. At this time, Pavilion Master Yi Lingxiao had broken out of seclusion and suppressed him, severely injuring him and forcing him to flee. Now, the entire Yun nation was under martial law. They were searching for Ouyang Lai and his disciples everywhere. Ouyang Lai had another identity. He was the White Bone Sect's Grand Elder. This evil sect, which had almost overturned the Zhuang country in history and committed countless evil deeds, was now showing signs of resurgence. Everyone was in danger. Then, someone revealed that the destruction of Little Lin Town in Maplewood City, in Zhuang country's Qinghe County, was orchestrated by the White Bone Sect. The Phantom of Hell's Gate, which Ouyang Lai relied on to run rampant in the Yun nation, was condensed during that sacrifice. In order to cover up his dereliction of duty, Wei Qiji did not disclose the White Bone Sect's situation. This gave the White Bone Sect room to expand their battle result. When this news came out, the entire nation was in an uproar. After Zhu Weiwa became famous, Maplewood City once again became the focus of attention. However, this time, its reputation was completely different. Afterward, Wei Qiji, as the city lord, personally submitted a letter of apology. Of course, Dong A also wrote her name on that letter of apology. Jiang Wang was engrossed in the battle in the great illusionary realm. It was not until 2 days later that he learned of this situation. Other things were fine, but the news of the White Bone Sect made his heart jump. He finally got to know the White Bone Sect. However, he did not expect it to be in such a way. Late at night, he looked at himself in the mirror and was terrified of the white bone lotus on his back. He absolutely did not approve of all heretical evil sects and was also unwilling to admit that he was one of them. However, that white bone lotus that suddenly appeared made him unable to ignore this possibility. There was also that mysterious black candle in the Tongtian Palace and the flesh-soul return technique transmitted by the black candle. All of this made Jiang Wang uneasy. It seemed that he could only ask the White Lotus about this matter. However, the White Lotus had not appeared for a long time. He did not know where to find her. White Lotus. White Lotus, the name that this woman had casually invented, gave him endless associations. He still owed the White Lotus a favor. He very much hoped that this matter would end quickly, but also hoped that this matter would not come. From Yuheng Peak to the shores of Xinjiang, he began to struggle with the role he had played. He felt confused and conflicted. Fortunately, there was still fighting. Fighting with all his strength in the great illusionary realm was his antidote. He did not fear death and released everything. The increase in his battle strength was his courage. Only by continuously growing and becoming stronger could he feel that he could resist those things that made him uneasy. In his sparring with Zhenwudi, he could finally occasionally win a battle. In 10 battles, he could win 1 or 2. There was nothing to be done. A liberated Zhenwudi could truly be called invincible. The secret arts of the Chongxian clan, whether it was the pseudo-instantaneous state or the manipulation of gravity, were all freakishly powerful. When fighting with others, Zhenwudi had to make some disguises to avoid being seen through. When fighting with Jiang Wang, however, he did not need to do so. Once the fatty activated the pseudo-instantaneous state, he could instantly cast a gravity-enhancing Dao technique. If Jiang Wang was not careful, he would be crushed to death. Jiang Wang estimated that if he wanted to truly gain an advantage in a head-on battle, he would have to master the 4 spirits body tempering technique and engrave the instantaneous Dao technique in the Tongtian Palace. But by then, he would no longer be in the Dao wandering realm. This was not his problem, but the difference in their innate foundations. Merit points were lost like flowing water, while Fatty Zhen earned so much that he could not close his mouth. But the increase in battle strength was a never-ending process. When he only had 3,000 merit points left, Jiang Wang reached a bottleneck. The East Rising Purple Qi sword art could not be improved anymore unless he had a great understanding of the sword. The 4 spirits body tempering technique was a painstaking effort that could not be rushed. Naturally, he set his sights on the Dao technique Dong A had imparted to him, Flame Flower. But this Dao technique was truly difficult. As a high-grade C-grade Dao technique, it was at the level of heavenly cycle realm cultivators. With Jiang Wang's Dao wandering realm cultivation, it was a bit difficult. But he had chosen to cultivate the Vermilion Bird chapter after the Azure Dragon chapter of the 4 spirits body tempering technique in order to increase his affinity and control of fire elemental energy and achieve his goal of mastering Flame Flower in advance. This was the strongest Dao technique he could currently master. Even with the help of the elemental control technique, he could still complete the initial preparations for Flame Flower. But every time, he was stuck at the flower blooming stage. Jiang Wang flipped through Dong A's notes in search of the reason. Suddenly, his gaze paused on a sentence. He had read it many times before, but had ignored it because it seemed like a casual exclamation. That sentence was, "Every flower has its own unique beauty." Jiang Wang tried to understand this sentence. Then, why was every flower beautiful in its own way? Because they were naturally formed, they could break away from uniformity. Jiang Wang closed the note. He had found the problem. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.